Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Welcome to Coding Improv, the show where the code is made up and the points don't matter. Welcome in, everyone. Thanks for being here. If you're not familiar with this stream, you can check out all of you check out all the past times we've done it on GitHub, github.com/codinggarden/coding-improv. This is officially episode number 18. And essentially, I'll get a few suggestions from chat at the beginning, and then over the next hour or so, I will attempt to take all of those suggestions and turn it into an app of some kind. What we build may or may not be useful, but it'll be fun to build it. So, yeah, welcome in, and thank you everyone for that. We got past level 1. Appreciate you. Thanks to Funny Boy Rocks with the 9 months. Who forgot to resub. That's okay. Appreciate you being here. Stony Eagle with the 7 months, DS Legend with the 18, and Stony Eagle with the 100 bits, who says, let's go. Thank you very much. Yeah. How are you all doing? I guess I'll start with somebody in the chat mentioned, Timon mentioned Cam 16. I have no idea what this is, so we're going to look into it real quick. Oh, well, thank you, TED Talks. My camera is potentially in a better spot. My lighting is potentially better. I would agree that I look sharper than normal. And I appreciate it. Cam 16 is the color appearance model. Huh. Also, my laptop is set up in a way where you can see more of it. Usually you can't see my laptop. I don't think that has anything to do with how the rest of the camera looks. I still don't know what this is. It's a way of interpreting colors, or how colors appear on a camera. Excuse me. How about this, Timon? How to interpret colors in a more realistic way. Okay, I don't know how I would use this though. I don't know. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know. But it's cool. I'll keep it on the brain to think about later. It is a lot of math. Yeah. And DS Legends is working with Docker. Very cool. What's up, Ashley? Thanks for being here. Let's play the drop game. Everybody in the chat, type !drop me. That'll drop your avatar from the sky. Thank you, Acid Spark. So I did forget to plug my laptop in. So last week I did another live stream for my partner who did a stream with her quintet. Is it okay to share? I'm going to share it. I don't think it matters. It's a public YouTube. I'm going to share it so you can go listen if you want to. No, don't do it. Oh, I already did it. So they did a live stream for St. Patrick's Day, and it was from our house. And so I set the whole, look at it. It's got multiple cameras. I had multiple microphones. So I basically had to take my stream down and set all of that up, and then I reset it up, which is why stuff is newer. But yeah, basically forget that I just said that, because she doesn't want me knowing or sharing it. I mean, so here's the thing. It's called the Tattered Winds because they're all people that at one point in their life, like, music was a lot of what they did. Like, they went to college for it or whatever else. Now, these days, they're doing other things, but they've still found the time to make some music, which I commend. All right, we're plugged in. That's good. What's up, Limeotes? We got a bunch of drops. Oh, Yana got a big drop. Great job, Yana. And let's say hi to everybody. Yeah, so it's been a while since I think I streamed in this time slot. I'm a little bit later than usual, so I think more people that normally can't tune in are able to tune in. And if that's you, hello. Thanks for being here. Let's say hi to everybody, and then we'll get into some coding improv. I'll explain how it works. Basically, we're going to get like 5 suggestions. We'll use those. But yeah, if you want to say hi to me, if you want me to acknowledge you, You can say hi, hello, hey, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding, hi-oh, vohio, or bogahay. Say anything that will match this regular expression, and I will notice you. I will notice you. But we're going to go back in time. We're going to go back in time to 17 minutes ago, where Sir Davos was the very first person to say hello. Hello, Sir Davos. And you know what? I just thought of a thing. We're going to VIP the first person to say hello every time. So, Sir Davos, you are now a VIP. Say hi. You'll get a nice little badge next to your name. If you're still here, if you left, I'm going to un-VIP you right now. Where's Sir Davos? I don't think you're blocked, ability. Yeah, there we go. Cool. I was just kidding. I would not have un-VIP'd you. But look at that. You got a little badge next to your name. Okay. Funny Boy Rocks. Welcome in. It's been a while. I appreciate you for that sub earlier. And yeah. Myfuls, how's it going? What's up, Pablo? And Moradif. Good evening. What's up? Matavizo and Veritatas and Pythoner and Toasted Cheeses and Tarsal Mantis and the Shebas. Hello, what's up, Allers? And Stony Eagle, whose image is still broken. What's up, Venom and DS Legends and Torafune Busion. Hello, what's up, Potato is Grizzin and Joey and Ability and TED Talks and I'm a Doob Lada. Ashley B. Hello, what's up, the Panda One and Limotes and BLNTGVN. Long time no see. Hello. What's up, Dinafarb and Timon? Hope your code is less complex than the when talking about Cam 16, yeah. What's up, Archer Luck and Velt Wow and Coolfon and Eskpill and Def Not Izzy and Sequel Gordser. Late start worked for me today. It's your wife's birthday. Happy birthday to Sequel Gordster's wife, and you had a business. Yeah, that's good. I know, like, the thing is, these days I'm only streaming once a week, so if I stream at a specific time slot, I'm only ever going to really see the same people. Whereas I used to sometimes stream in the morning, sometimes in the evening, multiple days a week, sometimes on weekend. And so various people could tune in when they were available. I hope to get back to that soon. What's up, Kevly and Bamba Lambda and Yanabi? Yes, I did acknowledge you. What's up, Foxelty and Kurglau and Fob and Photon and Damp and Cyberpone? What's the name of the running app in your mini bar with the system info? That is called iStat menus. Yep, it's specifically for Mac. I'm on a Mac. And I'm using version 5. The upgrade from 5 to 6 is a paid upgrade. So I paid for version 5. I didn't feel like paying for version 6 because it has all the features that I need, but you can check it out there. And Nero Sayar, hello, and Drake, and BT Bap, and Beyonce, and what's up, Gabenga Codes, and Shupa, and Sivaro, and Kyogeki, who says, thanks for your amazing content on YouTube. Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for watching. And Ezzy Beevsy, hello. Quite a few first-timers in the chat. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Yeah, this is the Coding Garden. I appreciate you. All right. Let's get into coding improv. I think here's the plan. Here's the plan for those of you that are here early and that are actually going to hear this. We're going to do coding improv for roughly the next hour. And then after that, it's going to be chill. I'm going to spend some time working on my overlays, maybe some other, basically work on like stream related things. And yeah, and I'll be live at least until dinner time. It's currently 1 p.m. I'll be live until at least 5 or 6 p.m. my time. So I'm going to be live for a while today. But let's do coding improv. So, nice. All night. Can I get a smile in the chat if you're ready for coding improv? Long stream. Yeah, it's been a while since I did a long stream too. At least a purposeful long stream. A lot of times coding improv will turn into like 3 hours, but yeah, right. We got a few smiles. Great. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Welcome to Coding Improv episode 18. In this show, I will take chat suggestions at the beginning of stream, which is now in like a minute or two. So basically you can use your channel seedlings to make a suggestion. And so if you're on Twitch chat and you click this little thing, you'll see how many seedlings you have. A suggestion costs 1,337 seedlings. So you'll have to have been watching the channel for a little while. But if you want to see how to get seedlings, you can scroll down, click this, and this tells you the various ways that you can get seedlings. Basically, just by being here, by hanging out, all that good stuff. Oh, and Kev Lee, thank you for the sub, and BGNYC, thank you for the 7 months, much appreciated. So that's that. When you make a suggestion, it should be something non-technical. It should be a single word that would appear to be random. Something like hat, or water bottle, or skateboard, or purple, or dragon, things like that. Don't suggest Vue.js or MongoDB or anything like that. I want very general, random-ish suggestions, because we're going to take those and try to figure out how to make an app from it. Yeah, don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say web scale. And so basically the first 5 people to redeem the suggestion, those are the suggestions that we're going to use. Now, I will, of course, take suggestions from chat after that in terms of like how we're doing and what we're doing. But in the meantime, only the first 5 suggestions we're going to take. All right, does everyone understand? Type 1 in the chat if you understand and you're ready. Which would actually, like, by typing 1, you're lessening your chances of making the suggestion, because I'm only going to accept the first 5. And so you would have to type 1 and then quickly click this, then click this. It doesn't matter. Here we go. Make your suggestions right about now. There we go. It's done. That's it. That's all. Okay, not now. Thank you for the sub. Before we review the suggestions, Kevly with the sub, and okay, not now with the 21 months. Old enough to subscribe again. Buenas tardes, señor CJ. Hello. Thanks for being here. All right. These are suggestions. It looks Limotes always gets in there. I appreciate you, Limotes. All right. Nero has suggested NFT. Now, this is technically a technology, but maybe we'll figure something out. Limotes suggested elephant. Fob suggested coding garden. Okay, we'll figure that out. Sound of Gaming suggested sneeze, and Frozen Spray suggested war, which is actually very topical. We're not really that topical here at the coding garden. Typically, this is a place where you kind of just tune in and you forget about the rest of the world. But maybe we try to do something that might help with the war in Ukraine. Reroll, we roll. No. We'll use these. We'll figure out what to do. And also, I didn't mention it earlier, but all of these suggestions are completely and totally up to interpretation. I get to decide what we do with these. So you know what NFT stands for? We'll figure that out, but it doesn't have to stand for non-fungible token. And that's a good point, Kevly. There's a war files if you're working with Java. So yeah. But I kind of like the suggestion, Coding Garden, because that means we could build something maybe for stream or Coding Garden themed in some way. But these are our suggestions. Neon friendly turtle, exactly. Well, see, that's the thing. That's actually an interesting idea as to like what we could build, because if you're familiar, so npm, which is the Node Package Manager, which doesn't stand for Node Package Manager, but if you look at their website in the top left, every time you refresh the page, it gives you a new acronym for npm. So new priority mail, nutty ping. Oh, I guess it's not refresh. You gotta click it. Nutty penguin music, newly purchased memories, neat pigeon manure, network printer manager, neonatal penguin march. So I mean, what we could do is come up with something that gives us new acronyms for the NFT. That could be fun. Okay, so these. No freaking TypeScript. I like that. These are our suggestions. I'm going to set a 5-minute timer, and we're going to come up with ideas based around these specific suggestions. Okay. I haven't worked on the Developer Tools app recently, but it's the repo exists, and there are plans to work on it in the future. Okay, 5-minute timer. Yeah, and then this is all of the npm suggestions. I think you can actually make a pull request here to add a new one. Nacho printing machine, Namby picker malfunction, Napoleonic political magnificence. I kind of like the idea of generating a random one. So the next time somebody says, do you know about NFTs? You can just pick a random acronym to say. Okay, so that's our first idea is NFT acronym generator. That's a cool idea. We could figure out a way to incorporate these other things. Yeah, people always do. This sticker says free debugs. If you ever see me sitting in a coffee shop or sitting anywhere really with my laptop, feel free to come up to me and tell me about all your code problems, and I'll help you through it for free. Okay, I welcome your ideas in the chat. What is something that we can build that incorporates all of these? So NFTs, elephant, coding garden, sneeze, and war. In terms of war, I mean, you could think about things we could do to maybe help support the war effort in Ukraine. So potentially a tool that someone in Ukraine could use. I don't know how good the internet is there right now, but come up with something like that. I don't know how NFTs are not helpful in that scenario. What if I was debugging Elixir? I mean, I could just be a sounding board is the thing. Like a lot of times really all someone needs is a rubber duck, something to just talk it out. An elephant sneezes in a garden and a new NFT acronym comes out. I kind of like that. So we basically just go with the acronym generator, but we incorporate these other things in some way. Yeah. Warship, but with hidden elephants. Oh, like a Battleship. Yeah, we could do Battleship. Okay, what did okay not now say? This one? This one? Yeah. So we could do like a Battleship game, but it's not Battleship. It's Battle Elephants. And the name of the game would have to do with this acronym NFT. Non-free technology. Yeah, so Crack Rock Steady says, elephant that has a coding garden t-shirt that sneezes when someone donates to Ukraine Relief Fund. That's cool. I mean, I just laughed at your name because I know what it's from. It's punk rock band. Leftover Crack, right? Yeah, they're great. Did you ever end up brewing your yerba? No. I mean, I actually have a lot of yerba mate leaves. I end up drinking pre-made drinks. Yeah, all of these are for one specific project. So we have these ideas and we need to incorporate them into the thing that we build. A war of sneezing elephants made the NFT change its name. What do the different backgrounds signify? So if you see a chat message and it's red, that is literally the first message that person has ever sent. If it's this purple color, then that means they've been following the channel for at least 30 minutes. And if it's this darker color, then that means they're not following the channel, or they've been following the channel for less than 30 minutes. So ability, you're not following. Come on, click that follow button. Let chat create acronyms for NFT where there is a sneeze when we start war. I mean, I do like the idea of just like chat integration. So chat could suggest things that inform what happens. Yeah, I think in general, we could just put a link on the page for Ukraine Relief Fund. And that qualifies, I think. What do I think about the type syntax proposal for JavaScript? I talked about it last time because somebody brought it up. I don't like it. I mean, on the surface it seems fine because it is just type checking that will disappear automatically, but you have to think about from the JavaScript compiler perspective what the complexity would be to actually allow that in the syntax of the language itself, which obviously is doable because something like TypeScript already exists, but just in terms of, are all the other JavaScript engines and browser vendors in the world going to want to implement something like that? And then you run into like partial support of that. I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of it. What's up, NeoDev? We got some trash dev fans in there. Yeah, shout out to our friend trash dev. Garden themed elephant battleship game. Instead of shooting, the elephant sneezes out random NFTs. That's actually not a horrible idea, because we actually could see if something like the whatever the NFT marketplaces are, I forget what they're called, but there's a few of them. We could see if they have an API, and we could pick a few random ones, show them on the screen. All right, time's up. First of all, shout out to our friend Trash Dev. Definitely go drop a follow, watch them stream over there. And we need an idea. Okay, so it's either going to be the NFT acronym generator or display random NFTs or a Battleship style game. These are the three possible things we'll build. Let's do a poll, and you can get to vote. I won't tell you where I'm leaning because that makes it more complicated for me. Because honestly, this one, the NFT I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you where I'm leaning because that will skew the vote. So here we go. What? Yeah, I would. It's not that I'm leaning towards it. I was going to say a thing about it. So an NFT acronym generator, display random NFTs, Battleship style game. All right, I will give you my general feeling towards each of these ideas. NFT acronym generator, I like it because so many people talk about NFTs, and it would be really fun to poke fun at the NFT acronym. That's all I'm going to say about that. Displaying random NFTs would be interesting because we would try to integrate with some marketplace API. OpenSea is probably one of the more popular ones. As you can see, I've never been to that website in this browser. I mean, NFTs are fine. I'm just not into them. But this is a marketplace for NFTs. And yeah, they might actually have an API that we could tap into to get random ones that we could then display in some fashion. I mean, it actually could be pretty cool to have like almost like a screensaver type of page where we're displaying like newer, more relevant NFTs. Yeah, and Sally the Goose is saying that they have a good API, so we could probably get that working. And then a Battleship style game would be fun to me because I've never actually built Battleship before. I mean, it would be... This is very much probably the most complicated idea out of all of these, mainly because Battleship is a 2-player game. Though we could try to come up with some way so that Twitch chat is playing against me or something like that. I don't know, but anytime something is 2-player, that involves a game server of some kind. And, or actually, you know what? It could actually just be that Twitch chat gets to make guesses as to where to fire, and then it's just slowly revealed. It's just Twitch chat versus the board. That's probably what we would do. Okay, regardless, you have 1 minute to vote. Which one should we do? None of the above? I don't know. I mean, I mentioned it earlier. Like, is the show where the code's made up and the points don't matter. Whatever we do, we're going to have fun. We are going to, like, you can be sure of one thing. We're going to write some code. What that code is, I don't know. It is simple, but it would be fun because, like, so if we look at the, I mean, it very much looks like that one's not going to win. But if you look at like how npm.js does it, you would have like adjective, noun, maybe, or adjective, noun. Isn't this an adjective? Yeah, right. I know English. The points are made up and the code doesn't matter, or the code's made up and the points don't matter. I know it's from Whose Line Is It Anyways. All right, Battleship style game has won. So here we go. That's what we're gonna do. Let's narrow it down into exactly what we're going to do. We're gonna narrow it down into step by step, and then we're gonna make it happen. So first of all, this will be Twitch chat versus the board. I've already decided that. So we will need to generate a random board with elephants in various positions. So basically, elephants are going to be the things that you're playing with. I guess it could also be there are NFTs on the board. I think we'll actually just put like a random NFT in the background. We'll do something like that. But we're going to create a game board with elephants in various positions on that board. And they will not be visible. So, I mean, initially visible for testing. And then once we get it hooked up to Twitch chat, they'll be hidden so that Twitch chat can make a guess. So Twitch chat, we will then need to connect Twitch chat to the page. So we'll get Twitch chat. So we're actually looking at chats in the JavaScript, and then I think we'll come up with like a voting system. So people can vote for which square to like fire at. And so if you're not familiar with Battleship, essentially it's a 2-player game. I spelled game wrong, but that's fine. So it's a 2-player game that looks like this. So one player has this in front of them, and the other player has this same thing in front of them, but the bottom area is different for both players. So this player puts the ships in a random way here, and then the other player has to fire. So they have to guess one specific cell in this grid. And if that cell is on a battleship, it counts as a hit. So that's a hit on my destroyer. And if all of the cells that ship is covering get hit, then the ship is sunk. And the first person to sink all the ships of the other person wins. So that's the game. And so basically what we're going to do is we're going to make it so that Twitch chat will only see this area up here. Actually, I mean, we could do NFTs that look like elephants. That could work. Well, here's the thing, though. Some of these are not safe for Twitch. Not safe for Twitch. Oh, we could go with the untamed elephants, though. So that's if you're new to NFTs, there are various collections, and it looks like untamed elephants is a pretty popular one. NSFT, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. No elephants will be harmed in the making of this game. You know what? This is what we'll do. Yeah. We'll actually do this. So, we're going to tap into the OpenSea API to get one of these random elephant NFTs. Those will then be scattered across the board, and Twitch chat will have to guess where they are. Okay. Yeah, so as a Twitch chat, you're going to vote for which square you want to fire at, and then we'll do something like start. Let's say like a 20-second timer, so everyone can vote over those 20 seconds of which square they want to hit. The winning vote is revealed on the grid. So whatever everyone voted for, if it was a hit, it'll be marked as a hit. If it was a miss, it'll be marked as a miss. And then repeat. And then when all cells of a given elephant are guessed, that elephant image is revealed. So after everyone guesses where that thing is, it's going to be revealed. And then after all elephants have been guessed, reset game. Cool. This is what we're going to build. I think, so we're going to get it working without integrating with the OpenSea API. So we're going to get it working by just downloading a few elephant GIFs and or images. And the She-Boss, thank you very much for that gift. Appreciate you. So yeah, we're just going to get the basic game itself working, and then we'll integrate the OpenSea API. So and also, we don't necessarily have to get Twitch chat integrated to just get the game itself working, but I think we will because it'll make for better content. All right, this is what we're building. Let's put like a 45-minute timer on the board and see where we can get with that. Cool. And Superman CSGO, thank you for the 5 months. He says, I learned a lot from you. Very good. Appreciate it. Photon, thank you for the 7 months. And the She-Boss with a gift to TD Racing. Cool. Elephant in the room is what we'll call it? Sure. I like that. I like that. We could reveal in it. Yeah, I think, well, so I think like invitees in this case are they're squares. So I think every battleship is going to take up a certain number of cells. And it will be an in by in square, but I think we'll scale them randomly. So they're not all the exact same size. Yeah, so if you're dealing with battleships, some of the ships are long, some of them are short. So basically we'll have like a 1x1 NFT, a 2x2, a 3x3, and a 4x4. And those will all be on the board. Yeah. And Timon, thank you for that Prime sub. I'm going to be using JavaScript. Yeah, so this is going to be a web page. So the board is a room and there is an elephant in the room. Yeah. What happens if chat votes for the same location again? I won't let them. So that's where you all can come into play. That's basically the QA that needs to happen here. So chat can vote for a square to fire at. Ignore votes for already guessed cells or squares. Cool. We're not going to use React. Every time we choose to use React for a game, I always regret it. React is just not good at that. I mean, it can be done. Let it know, like it could be done, but React, especially with React hooks, are just not conducive to a game loop. I mean, I kind of agree with that, Frozen Spray, but we're not gonna go there. We're gonna do it with vanilla JavaScript. We're gonna do it with plain old JavaScript that is supported by the web browser. The timer is already going. Let's go. So our first step is we just need to set up a page. So I'm gonna make a directory called elephant in the room. Okay. Here we go. We have a blank thing. We start with index.html. This is the content of the page. We give it a title. I don't know why I'm talking like this. I'm sorry. All right, we got a page. We're gonna have a div. This is gonna be like the game board. We'll give it an ID of game board. Game bread. Game board, great. And we'll go ahead and just add some styles to the page. And we'll get that game board looking nice and good. And we'll also have, we'll add some scripts. Game bread? Cool. All right, let's create a styles.css. Give it an ID of root like in React? No. It's the game board. Okay, so I'm going to do a global reset here. We're going to say, let's remove the margin on everything and remove the padding on everything. And everything has box sizing of border box. Now the body, let's give it a background of E. No, not E. 3. Like that. Yeah, that's the background. And then we're going to style the game board. It'll have an outline of E. And actually, we're going to use CSS Grid. Yeah, we're going to use CSS Grid. But this thing will have a width of, let's say, 90 view width and a height of 90 view height. The body is going to take up the full area, 100 view width. and 100 is our view height. Overflow is hidden, so there's no scroll bars. We then have a game board that should be a square, and we're going to do it both in terms of the view width. So 90 view width, 90 view width for the height and width. And then the outline will be 2 pixels solid E. Great. Now, I've written all that CSS. What does it give us? Is broken. So we get a black page, we get a dark page with a white square, and that doesn't look good. Let's see what we did wrong. So width, height, overflow hidden. There's a game board inside of it. We're doing it both in terms of the view width. I mean, let's go to like 80. That's definitely not a first try. What's happening? Oh, you know what? Is it because I'm zoomed in? No, it's not. There's a div. Generally, your browser is wider than it is tall. Oh, well, I'm thinking about a phone, right? Vmin is what I want. Yeah, you're totally right. Vmin, because then no matter what, great. That's our square, but we want to put it in the center, so I'm just gonna make the body a flex box. Flex. Yeah, Vmin, great. This is what we're looking for. We've got a white square on a dark gray page. That's out of the way. Let's start actually building the board itself. So I think we do want the game board to be a grid. We have to decide how big we want the grid to be, but at this point is where I'm going to start writing some JavaScript, because what I want to do first is just get a bunch of cells into the game board grid. So here's what I'll do. First, we'll make a variable and we'll store the game board inside of it. So we have our game board, and this is document.querySelector for the element with ID game board. Awesome. And then I guess let's try doing a 10 by 10 board. And we'll go from there. Okay, so I'm actually just gonna have a loop here. So we'll call this row. And while that row is less than 10, so that's the rows, and then we'll do the same thing, but for columns. So we want 10 by 10. And we'll create a div, so we'll call it a cell. And it's just gonna be a div. We'll give it a class of cell. And should be good for now. I think we may do something like put a data attribute on it to tell it what the... I think we'll do this. Yeah, we'll tell it what the row is and what the column is. And I'll show you where this pops up. But we can use it later on to like specifically target it. So we've created a cell. It has a row and a column. We're going to add it to the game board. We add the cell, and that should do it. So this is going to give us 100 cells. So 10 by 10. Yeah, I'll show you what data set is in a second. Well, that should give us 10 by 10. And then really all we need to do is style the game board. So we'll just do display grid, and then grid template columns is repeat. I always forget, is it this or is it the other way around? And then grid template rows. Can anyone tell me, is it 1 FR comma 10 or is it 10 comma 1 FR? Which one's right? Which one of these repeats is right? I am right? All right, we'll actually leave it. Okay. Cool. So what this says is, so we're using display grid, which is try it and see. That's what I'm going to do. So display grid is a way of aligning things to a grid. And in this case, we have a 10 by 10 grid. And what I'm telling it is you will have 10 columns that all take up one fraction of the total width. So this is basically like automatically 10 columns with the square, the game board square that we have. And then similar thing with rows. So this is going to give us 10 rows. And because we're putting all of these divs into it, they each will take up one cell. The other thing we could do, though, to make it interesting is we can create a cell class and give it like an outline of 1 pixel solid. Like a little bit dark. Oh, that's like a beige color. Cool. We broke it. What we need to do is these cells need to be. Don't they need to? I don't think they need to be inline block. But doesn't seem right. But let's see what we got. So if we look at the game board, it doesn't like this. It doesn't like it. So we're gonna go and change it. Who told me that I was right? I guess it doesn't matter because we were gonna try it the other way anyways. But we've done it. Look at this. We have a 10 by 10 grid. Yeah. That's fantastic. And so now what we need to do is we need to put NFTs at random locations within this grid. Ability says I was not right. It's fine. It's totally fine. I tried hovering over it. It didn't give me it. It didn't give me anything useful. Regardless, we've done it. Let's come up with a better color palette. So I'm going to use this app Coolers, which will generate complementary colors for me. Let's find like an initial one that we like. I like this. So this is going to be our background color. I kind of like this yellow. Let's see what. Ooh, it's too similar. We'll go with medium turquoise. Well, this could be our background. There we go. This is our color palette. And our background is going to be this color. Great. Our grid cells will be like blue, I think. Oh, I did the wrong thing. That's really that's really hard to see. We're gonna go with this light blue. So cool, that light blue, and then the outline of the board itself is just gonna be like a darker version of that blue. So this one. So this becomes this, and then we have our red so that we can use for hits, or I guess. Yeah, for hits, and then we'll use like that yellow color for misses. Okay. Somebody asked a second ago. I realize this is not related to what I'm doing right now, but they asked right here. So if you were watching closely, you could see that I changed this from row plus plus to row plus equals 1. And they both do exactly the same thing. My linter just prefers to do it that way. And if you want to know why, we can look at my linter rule for no plus plus. Or grays for misses. I like that. Let's find a nice gray color. Alabaster. Yeah. Or timber. One of those will work. So specifically my linter says don't use unary plus plus. because they are subject to automatic semicolon insertion. So there's some scenarios where you could do plus plus and then it will do not what you meant it to do. And I think the other aspect of it is the fact that plus plus accesses the variable, then increments it, whereas plus equal does the access and increment all in one go. It's actually not. You could use either, honestly. Honestly. Excuse me. All right. Did I miss anything else? I think we're good. So at this point, let's get some elephants onto the board. So I'm gonna do something that is very controversial. Watch me do the thing. No, I mean, so for those of you that aren't familiar with NFTs, like the simple idea of like just downloading one of these images, people meme about all the time because, well, if it's an NFT, you shouldn't be able to copy it. That's not what you get with an NFT, because like technically, I just straight up downloaded this image while someone is currently bidding 0.01. Someone's bidding $44 for this, and I just got it for free. Well, no, I didn't actually get the NFT itself. I just got the image that's linked to the NFT. The token itself will exist on the blockchain, and that token will point to the URL of this image. I don't know. Regardless, we're just gonna grab a couple of these and randomly put them on the board. So here we're gonna have our elephants. And each elephant is going to be an object that will have the coordinates of the top left corner. So we're going to say the X and the Y, and then the URL. And then it will have a width, which is the same as the height. So we'll call it size. And so like this is for example, a 1x1. And it literally, yeah. I mean, it's literally hosted on Google. I don't know if it might be hosted on like Google App Engine or something like that. I don't know. The image is just an icon for an actual NFT. That's a good way to think about it. Like it, I don't know. We're not here to talk about the politics of it, but we're gonna find us a cool one. All right. Let's see. We want clothing. I like. Ooh, we can find one in a spacesuit. That's a cool. That's a cool elephant. I was trying to think the name of them. Yeah, we could scrape. No, eventually we're gonna actually just straight up tap into the OpenSea API. Like, there's no point scraping because all this data is available if you want it. I'm just doing this so that way we can easily get it onto the page. And then in a little bit, we'll actually tap into the API and grab a few random ones. Okay, let's put this one at 3.3. Cool. And we'll get one more, and we'll make it a 4x4. Let's pick earrings. I'm usually, if you may have noticed, for those of you that actually look at my ears or face, I usually wear black earrings, but I switched to silver. Oh, that's another astronaut. Let's find. Oh, because I'm filtering by spacesuit. Yeah, this guy knows what's up. Okay. This goes here, and then this is going to be a 4x4. Oh, no, I did this wrong. So the size is 2. 3 is going to be there, and let's do like 6. And then this will be a 3x3. Should be good enough. Ultimately, I just want to put these 3 elephants somewhere in the grid. Though this, I can't immediately think how this will just insert into the grid. But let's see. I guess I just need to tell it how many columns to take up and which row and column it should be in. That should work, right? It should be fine. Okay, so we have these 3 elephants. Let's put them into the grid. For each elephant, we need to create an elephant image. And we'll set the source. So the source of that is going to be the elephant URL. Easy. But now is where we do some interesting stuff. So we'll set the style dot grid row. And the row is going to be the Y value. Yeah. And then the column is going to be the X value. And then we need a column span and a row span. Grid column end? Maybe? I might have to look this up. But the column end would actually just be X plus the size. And then the row end is going to be the same thing, but Y. Okay, and then we just append that image to the grid. So we'll say the game board. We're going to append that image. The thing I'm thinking about right now, though, is these cells actually don't have their row and column set. And we actually need to add 1 to both of these. What? Because the grid column starts at 1. It doesn't start at 0. I believe, right? That's how that works? Someone say yes or no in the chat. Is it grid area? I should probably look at the docs. I don't use CSS Grid that often. Yes or no? Yes? No? No. One of them. We'll figure it out. But what I was thinking of is, so right now, because I just appended these cells, they automatically fall into that specific. They automatically all take up one column, and they fill up the grid itself. But once I start adding other things to the grid, that's actually going to mess up the cells. So I need to tell the cells which grid column and row they are actually in, so that way they don't get spread out by the other stuff that gets added to the grid. So this is actually going to be column +1, and then the grid row is going to be row +1, I think. Yeah, see, we've broken it. Well, I don't think we've broken it. I think what we need to do is we actually need to, instead of styling the div here, we need to create a wrapper. So we're going to call this the image wrapper, and we're going to put that into we're going to make a div. Cool. The image gets appended to the image wrapper. So now we have an image inside the div, and then the image wrapper is the thing that gets appended to the game board itself. And then all of these styles get applied to the image wrapper. Let's do it like this. And then I'll just style images to have a width of 100% of their parent. All right. That's better, I think. Let's see where we're going wrong here. Okay, so we have the game board. We have that. Okay, but there is an elephant that is not in the grid. What is wrong with with that elephant. And that's the first one we did. Let's see what we did wrong. So this first elephant has an x of 0 and a y of 0. That's why it all needs to be starting at 1. Yeah, that was it. Oh, look, we've done it. Okay. So we've got 3 elephants on the board. Let's just add one more for good measure. We also, like, if we're randomly positioning these, we have to make sure that they don't overlap. That itself will be a bit of a challenge, but let's just grab one more little elephant here. Yeah, I mean, I'm writing the code, but it surprises me too. This will be a 4x4. Yeah, so what we don't want when randomly generating these things is we do not want the images to overlap like this. So, yeah. It's like a problem, an algorithm in and of itself, which I don't want to build or write. So how do we do this that is in a way that is random, but also, not that complex? So we have a 1x1, a 2x2, and a 3x3. I mean, we could technically, if we do another 3x3, it's only overlapping there, and then we could bring it down here, and then technically it's not overlapping at all. But the thing is, these coordinates need to be randomly generated. I like that idea, Moderator. That actually helps. So if we place the largest one on the board first in a random location, then we find a random location for the next smallest or next largest, or yeah, the smaller. So I think if we go in reverse, they all should be placed onto the board. Okay. Great. And so now, instead of having an initial x and y, we're actually just going to have a size. And we will place it on the board randomly, and we will set the x and y. Okay. So we really just want this to be in reverse. We want the biggest one to be listed first. And actually, let's try with a 4x4. But I guess the issue with a larger one is that we may end up in a scenario where the one gets placed and then there's no room for the other ones. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we're going to do, Limotes, but here goes nothing. So first we're going to be looking at the one that's size 3. We need to give it a random x and y. So we'll say elephant dot x is going to be a random value between 0 and 10, because our grid is 10 by 10. So 10 is the maximum value, but because it's size 3, we need to be 3 away from the edge. So 10 minus 3 is 7. And then we'll floor this. So this is going to give us a random x, and then we actually do the exact same thing for a random y. And so now if we only place the big one on the board, but we need to add 1 to it. So 1 plus that. Okay, so now every time we refresh the page, it appears in a random location. Look at that. Yeah, so math.random is not cryptographically secure. And the crypto namespace is cryptographically secure. But yeah, so it's random. Great. Okay, so we got the first one. Now we need the second one, and let's just see if we... So we got lucky. On the first one, they didn't overlap. No overlap, no overlap, no overlap. Overlap. That's what we want to avoid. So ultimately what we need to do is, after generating random coordinates, we need to make sure that those random coordinates do not collide with any of the other coordinates, which is doable. It's just, I mean, it's not going to be super performant, but here we go. We need to, we'll create a function for this. So we'll say get random coordinates. We're going to specify them on the elephant itself, and we're going to get all of the others as well. I mean, that's probably the best. That's probably be the easiest way. Maybe is put them all. If they overlap, do it again. But we could run into an infinite loop. The thing is, we probably wouldn't run into an infinite loop. Let's do that first. Let's just do that first. No. I'm going to do it this way. Okay, so it's going to get random coordinates. Like this. So here's what we do. Create two variables. We've got our x. We've got our y. We now, and I guess we also need the size of the elephant. So we get our x, we get our y. We now need to look at all the others and see if the given coordinates and size overlap or they intersect. A list of free coordinates and pick from the random list. Yeah, you could do that, but then you also need to account for the width. I don't know. I mean, this is doable. I just don't feel like writing this. Okay. So we'll say if others dot every. If every other elephant does not overlap, we just return that x and y. Like this. Otherwise, we just try again. we recursively call itself until it finds one that doesn't overlap. Now, this technically could give us an infinite loop, but it'll finish eventually. And so others is an array of all the other elephants, and every is a higher order function built into arrays. So if every other elephant does not overlap with this x and y, we're good to go. Okay. So the way we check if it overlaps is we need to do like a bounding box here, because we have the top left corner of the box and we have the size of the box, and we need to see, does that box intersect with this other box? If the counter equals 10, start all over. I guess we could, if it tries 10 times and doesn't get it, reset everything. We could do that. I am going to search the web for this, though. JavaScript, do two rectangles intersect? I just need an algorithm like this. I don't like their variable names, though. Are rectangles overlapped? So we get that. I like this one. Collision.rectangle? Is that a thing? The grid is 10 by 10. We'll go with this one. Exactly, yeah. So anybody watching that's like, what's it like to be a web developer or a software engineer? You do that. You go to Stack Overflow, you see something that's kind of what you want to do, and you copy it. And this has 5 upvotes, and in general, I can see that it is doing the right thing. I probably could have figured this out. I could have wrote this out, but I don't need to because somebody else did. So we're just going to copy paste and then rework it to work for my scenario. and I'll show you that. I mean, I guess that'll be the entry. So they overlap. We want, do they not overlap? Wait. Rectangles overlap. What did I want to do? So I want this to return true if all of these are false. But if one of them overlaps, done. Okay, so this is right. Cool. So the left one is just going to be X, and then top one, wait, it's just going to be Y, and then right one is going to be other elephant dot X. Wait, left top, right bottom. Okay, so right. No. Okay, so right is just going to be X plus size. Yeah. So that's it. I don't think I need to do -1 though, do I? I don't think I do, because we are giving us this a value between 1 and 10 minus size. So I think I can just do X plus size, and then bottom is going to be Y plus size. Yeah. And then I'll do the exact same thing for this other one. But this is going to be other elephant. Use the size for getting the initial X and Y? What do you mean? Okay, so this is where we've someone wake me up when the math part is over. So the ×7 is because math.random will give us a random value between 0 and 0.9999999999999. So non-inclusive of 1. And so if you multiply that value times... Wait, why is it 7? It's not. It's 10 minus size. I just assumed... Yeah, I just assumed that it was size 3, but this needs to be parameterized. You're totally right. So it's actually the total width minus the width of the elephant itself. Cool. Yeah, you got it. Am I doing this right? So left one, top one, XY, right is X plus size, bottom is Y plus size. Great. Then we do the exact same thing for the other elephant. We've got our logic here. This means they are not intersecting. So if the top of the first one is lower than the bottom of the second one, or the top of the second one is lower than the bottom of the first one, then these are not intersecting. So we return true. Similar with the edges, otherwise they are intersecting. I'm using const here because these variables are not being redefined. Same thing here, like this variable doesn't get redefined, so that's why I use const. You could use let, you could use var, but in this scenario, const makes the most sense. So if we've done this right, it should work. It should work, barring we don't run into an infinite loop. So if I say get random coordinates with elephant.size, and then I mean, this is just a bunch of nested loops. But here's the thing. It's only it's only an array of length 4. So does it really matter? Does it really matter? Other does not equal elephant, like this. Hey, what's up, Majestic Guy? It has been a long time. Thanks for dropping in. I'm doing all right. But yeah, so let me explain really quick why this is bad. So this is bad because this is an array and we're looping over the array, and then inside of that loop we're doing another loop to get all of the others, and then we're also doing another loop which loops over all the others again. So this is really bad complexity wise, but it's so small that I don't think it matters. And just like that, it's gonna work first try, with no overlapping. Oh, wait, bro, I think we might have got a Stack Overflow. Yeah, look at that. Too much recursion. How do we fix this? I think so. First of all, using this every function may not be good. What if we just we try again? Try again. It's always just too much recursion. Try again. Am I adding elephants with default X and Y? So let's see. They always overlap. Yeah, I guess that's what's happening, isn't it? So are we passing in size in all the other ones? Oh, it's only the yeah. That's the other thing we didn't account for. When we put the first one on the board, it doesn't have to check against anything else. So we want where the others are where they're not the current one, and the other one .x has a value and has a y value, because if they don't have an x or y value, we don't care about them. Boom, but it overlapped. Why is it overlapping? Those aren't overlapping. Those are overlapping. X and Y will never be 0, though. So I think this makes sense. Because on the first run, others is just an empty array. Then it should be an array of 1 and then 2. Well, okay, so the way this is working is this will return true if every other element in the array returns true. If any one of them return false, then they are overlapping. With every and an empty array. Okay. How did that all of a sudden break it if I'm just checking the length? Oh, if it doesn't. Wait. If it doesn't have a length. If it doesn't have a length. But then that breaks it too. We'll figure this out. I mean, we could just assume that it's, that's not overlapping. That is overlapping. Why? Why does this overlap? Top, bottom, and left, right checks need to run. We're returning after only checking the 2 bottoms. But I copied it from Stack Overflow. Are you telling me Stack Overflow was wrong? How is that possible? Well, you can see that's how they were doing it. The first rectangle is under the second. Oh. I mean, but so I tried to invert their logic, but I didn't do it right. I think that's what's happening here. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening here. So this and this. There we go. Winner, winner. But, oh no, I broke it. I broke it even more. No chicken dinner. No. Why am I returning there? Oh. I guess I don't need to return at all. I guess I could not this. This is what I want. We technically have 20 seconds left on our time. Change or to and. There's no timer on the screen. There's the timer. I just this took a long time. That was 45 minutes. We're gonna see where 15 minutes gets us. I haven't heard from Doc in so long. Actually, are there any other mods in the chat besides Heck? Because I haven't heard from a lot of the other mods in a long time. I need to reach out to them. Hopefully they're okay. If you're watching this, I hope you're okay. And I don't blame you for not being here because I don't stream that often. Okay. We need to find a better Stack Overflow answer is what we need. Rectangles are overlapping. Actually, that's what we want because we want the knotted version. Because if it, here we go. Boom, fixed. No too much recursion. It's perfect. Yes, but they do overlap. Why are they overlapping? I don't get it. Size -1? Or size +1? Where does the -1 go? Like right here? If we do -1, wouldn't that make them overlap more? Well, that I didn't do it. Well, I don't want the exclamation mark. So in their answer, this function says rectangles are overlapping, and so that they're knotting this whole equation. But I actually want to return true if they are not overlapping, which is why I didn't do the knot. So the knot is if the rectangles are not, right? +1? Yeah, that fixes it. But why? But why does it fix it? No, it doesn't. Okay, here's the easiest solution. We do this, and then we check again. It's 66% accurate, so we check again, and then if they're still overlapping, we just do it again. Right? Make it a flex box? That won't fix anything. Left one, top one, right one, bottom one. I guess it doesn't matter if they're overlapping. Let's see what Funny Boy got. If this works, then I'll be happy. No, that those two overlap. Yeah, I guess that works, Fuzzy Life. I really don't want to like step through debug this. I just want it to work, and I don't really care how we get there. All right, I'm just gonna start pasting code from chat. The thing is, so Funny Boy Rock's code, I think it's similar to mine. So like it works most of the time, but then every now and then there is a collision. And Schneiderbert, thank you for the bits. But here's the so I'm in the kind of coding mood where I'll solve small problems, but I don't feel like solving like real problems. That's for work. I just want this to work right now. Eric Power, thank you for those 30 bits. Elite Geek, thanks for the 12 months. Yeah, appreciate it. Lou with the 18 months, and Sledge Dog with the 22 months, and Schneiderbert with the 10 bits. Thank you all for those supports. Okay. I also don't like they seem to bunch. Why do they bunch together? And do we ever get any on the far edge? See, that's the thing. I don't think we're supposed to add +1. Are we adding +1? Here, if we go back to what I had to this. These NFTs are not mine. I stole them. I didn't steal them. I copied the URL. Yeah, basically the NFTs, they never make it to the far right edge though. So I think our logic is actually wrong there. This needs to be like 11 minus the size. Yeah, so they possibly make it to the far right edge. Cool. That's better. Yes. When we added the +1, did that stop the too much recursion? 'Cause I really don't think we need the +1. I mean, I guess if we did +2, that would really avoid it, right? Right? No. You found a typo. All right, we got one more try, and then I'm just gonna leave it. And honestly, we shouldn't have spent this much time worrying about the things overlapping. Honestly. So, here we go. There's less overlaps though, right? Right? I saw an overlap once, but other than that, I haven't seen one at all. Close enough. It's fine. No overlaps? No overlap? Okay, yeah. Okay, shouts out to our friend Funny Boy Rocks. I guess there is none. Let's throw some hearts in the chat for Funny Boy. He figured it out. We appreciate you. First try. All right. But then we don't have to do all that mess, and then we don't do this, and then this just becomes this, but without that. It's a beautiful thing. Look at that. Let's take a quick stretch. Stop testing before it overlaps again. Yeah, no, at this point, we just integrate Twitch chat. We just add Twitch chat and we're done. It's not that easy, though, but let's see. Great. We have this monstrosity, but it seems to work. We've put all of the elephants onto the page. And actually, we don't need to do the separate loop now. Now we can actually just do this as we add them to the page. Great. Awesome. Now, let's hook up Twitch chat. We'll get it so that you all can vote on which square you're going to pick. And so the way that this game is going to work is initially, you are no longer, you will not be able to see where the images are. So the board is going to load up. You're not going to be able to see the images, but you're going to pick a square. And if there is an image behind that, you'll get a point for that. Otherwise, it'll show up as a miss. Okay, we've got 5 minutes left. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to reset it to 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, we'll be done. I swear to you, in 20 minutes, we'll be done. Let's go. We're going to hook up TMI.js now. So this is going to let us hook up to Twitch chat. It's pretty easy. I am going to just grab the release on GitHub and download it into my project. So this right here. We're here. We're episode 18. We're using NFTs because there was a suggestion. Yeah, so for those of you just joining us, let me explain what we're even doing. Okay, so we downloaded TMI. That's going to let us connect to Twitch chat. But this is the Coding Garden. Welcome if you're new here. And this is specifically is a show called Coding Improv. And so at the beginning of the stream, we got these 5 suggestions from the Twitch chat. And now we're trying to incorporate those suggestions into some app that we build. What's up, Christopher? Hello. Thanks for being here. You have 20 minutes. So it's not supposed to be stressful for you. I just want it to be entertaining. It's usually pretty entertaining if I can finish it within the time limit. And so basically we brainstormed and we came up with the idea of a Battleship game that has elephant NFTs on it. So that's basically where we're at now. We have a board. It has an initial state of elephant battleships that are NFTs. And we're going to hook it up to Twitch chat so you all can vote on a square to pick, and you all will gradually play the game. Gradually play the game. It's not 2-player. It's Twitch chat versus the board. Okay, we've made it there. Let's hook up Twitch chat, because at this point, we want to listen for messages. So the code's going to look a little bit like this. So we set up the board. We then connect to Twitch. So right here, you just specify the channel you want to connect to. So I want to connect to Coding Garden. So I'll do that. You actually don't have to specify any authentication if you're doing read-only. And in this case, it's read-only because we only care about the chat messages that are coming in. And then now, we want to look at messages that are voting for a specific square. So basically, you're going to be able to send a chat message that says something like, I don't want vote. Let's do like elephant, and then a row and a column. Elephant vote. That's going to be the command. Wah? What is wah for? TMI is a Twitch messaging interface, but yeah, it's a library that was written to interface with Twitch chat. Yeah. Yep. Okay. To use the what? 5th word? Wah? I don't know what you mean. I'm gonna keep going. For now, I'll show you that it works. So by default, if you all, I need to bring in TMI.js. So what I did was I downloaded the minified version of the library here, and then I can just link it. So I'm gonna add a script, and the source is tmi.min.js. And now, if you send messages in the chat, it shows up. Yeah. Cool. I mean, right now it shows all messages. Yeah. I know I could do the GitHub link, but then I'd have to do the raw link. It's fine. Cool. Messages show up, but I only care about specific messages. So now we write the code to do that. So we'll say, here's what we want to do. We want to break up the message into the command and then the, let's say, row and column. So we're going to split the message on spaces. And we'll say, if that command is equal to elephant vote, we will then tally up the vote there. So we'll say something like votes is a we only want people to be able to vote once. You can't vote multiple times. So I need some way to keep track of what people have voted for. I'm thinking I'm going to use a map. And yeah. So the map will actually have the row and column. Like, actually, we'll do it with a string like x comma y, and then it will have the number of votes. So the map is going to end up looking like this. But what we will also keep track of is like has voted, and that's just going to be a set. Because a set will put a username in there once somebody votes, and then we won't let them vote again until the next round of voting. So this is what it's going to look at like. It's going to have actual coordinates, but that's what we're shooting for. So when somebody does an elephant vote, we need to say if I think it's actually we want their login name. If we just log tags, we should be able to see. So if you send some messages in chat, we'll be able to see all the information we get about each chat message here. So yeah, you get back a big object like this. And then what we care about is we could go with user ID, but I think I'm just going to do, is it name? Username. That's what I'm going to do. And yeah, somebody just mentioned it. We do need that exclamation mark there. Well, display name is tricky because I think display name could actually have spaces in it. I think it's very rare, but I'm just going to do username because username is like the lowercase version of it. So if the command is elephant vote and has voted has tags.username does not have them. So if they have not voted, then we're going to add their vote, and we're going to say has voted dot add their username. So you can only vote once. We need to validate row and column. So we'll say if is nan row or is nan column, do nothing. So if they didn't specify a valid row or column, and if row is greater than or equal to 1 and row is less than or equal to 10, is less than 1 or greater than 10, don't do it. And same thing with the column. I think this should be fine if I recall correctly. Is nan, you can pass in like banana, and that gives you back true. But if you pass in a string that has the value like 42, you get back false. So if they put random stuff here, do nothing. Okay. And then it has to be a value between 1 and 10 inclusive. And then we'll add their votes. So we'll just say votes dot get or has. We'll say if the vote has, so we're going to call this the coordinate, which is just going to be a template string that has the x comma y. So the row and then column. So this is going to be a string that has that value in there. And then we'll say if nobody has voted for this before, then we need to add it. So we'll say votes.set this coordinate with the value 0, and then after that we'll say votes.get this coordinate, or we're going to set it with votes at this coordinate plus 1. Is that what I want? So if nobody's voted for this coordinate yet, set it to 0, and then increment that given coordinate. And we need to do coordinate comma that. Yeah, you're totally right. We actually could just do this or 0. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. Okay. Line 95 and 96. What about it, America 2050? Logical or? If row is less than 1, thank you. Or row is greater than 10. Same thing. Forget about it. Cool. Yeah, and at this point, we'll actually put the votes on to the page so we can see what people are voting for. Why don't I just use regular arrays? Because sets and map have cool properties about them. So a set keeps track of unique values, so we can never have the username in here twice, so that's nice. With an array, you could make it work, but you'd have to write that logic. And then a map allows us to go from one value to another, so this is letting us go from a given coordinate to the number of votes. Line 35 and 88. Are you just making fun of stuff now? What's on line 35? I think you're just poking fun. Okay, so people can vote. That's great. Let's actually show it on the page. So then we'll say show votes, and this is going to be just a function that we write. We need an element on the page to show the votes. I guess while voting is happening, it could actually be an overlay in the middle. Votes. Let's call it that. Let's actually do this. So we're going to say the element with ID votes. I mean, we could just put it right on top of the game board. Where's a good spot to put the votes? I'm thinking we actually just show it as an overlay while voting is happening with a counter counting down. So that's what we'll do. So votes is going to have a width of, let's say, like 60 vmin and a height of 60 vmin. It'll have a background of black, but it's going to have some opacity so you can see the board behind it. Let's do like 0.7. We're going to do not transform, position. Let's take a quick stretch though. No framework. So the only framework or library that we're using is TMI.js, because that's letting us talk to Twitch chat, but everything else is just vanilla JavaScript. So getting all of this on the page is just plain old JavaScript. All right, this has position fixed, so it should be in the top left corner. But then how do I center it on the page? I guess I could create like an overlay. Well, this is getting complicated, but let's do this. We'll do an overlay that actually takes up the entire page. That is a flexbox. And then this will be inside of the overlay. So, yeah. Like this. And then in our HTML, we'll have a overlay that by default is actually hidden, but then when people are voting, it will be displayed. Let's see what we get. Yeah. So it's going to look like this. I want it to be like 0.8 maybe. Cool. And then our little show votes function is gonna just add some text in here. So we'll have the list of votes. And then above that, we'll have like a timer. Cool. We'll do this. So the votes list, we're going to grab it from the page. So grab the list, and then whenever we say show votes, we're just going to clear this thing out like that. And then we'll iterate over the votes. So we'll say votes dot for each vote. And that's going to give us, it should give us the key and the value. So we get the coordinate and the number of votes is what we should get back here. And we just want to add that to the list. So we'll do like this. HTML plus equals a list item that has a span with the coordinate in it, and then like a dash, and then the number of votes. Let's call this info. Seems fine. And then we'll say votes list dot inner HTML equals that. Cool. We'll create an info class that just like bolds it. See what we get. Vote for something. So in the chat, you can do exclamation mark elephant dash vote space and then a row and a column. It broke. Type error is not iterable. Oh, we actually do get the value and then the key, I think, as two separate things. Let's see. Try again. Vote for something. Huh? Is it working? Oh, that's a good call, Majestic Eye. I'll do that. Are people sending votes? Because it doesn't seem to work. Wait, was TMI not connected? Is that actually a thing? So anytime someone votes, we call show votes. The votes list is the element with ID list, and then we're just putting some list items into it. This is weird. It might be that the votes aren't even coming through at all. Let us see. Anytime someone votes, we're gonna log everything. I think our if statements might be broken right now. Okay, vote for things. Does map not have a for each? Wouldn't it like error out? Cool. So the voting is working. Apparently we can't do for each. We could do a for of. Iterators or generators require see if that works. So the voting is working. I think the for each was just the broken thing. Well. Yeah, so in this scenario, inner HTML could be dangerous, but because we're already basically sanitizing their input beforehand, oh, I just didn't set the font color. Yeah, it's there. It's just black. Of course. Of course. Well, okay. So votes needs to have a color. Yep. Okay. And then the background, like was mentioned, we'll do RGBA. All right. Try again. So yeah. So technically there's 30 seconds left. And then as people are voting, we're specifying them. Yeah, and then if somebody votes for 7,2. Yeah, I think the main thing is, or yeah, so you can see three people have voted for 1,2, which makes sense because you can actually see the elephants on the board right now. So if other people vote for 1,2, we should see the number of votes go up. Though I guess I have those reversed. All right, another 15 minutes. All right, I think I reversed these. So, oh no. Like that. Did that break it earlier? It did. It did break it. Okay. A map for each is going to give us, we passed a callback where we get the value and then the key. Okay, so yeah, it's just reversed. Like this. Let's change the font. Let's change the font size. And center everything. Okay, so 30 seconds left to vote. I think we need to add the timer next. And now as you all vote for things, good call. Yeah, somebody figured it out. We need to only allow integers. Yeah. There is no isInt function though, is there? Yeah, we could just floor it. Yeah, but then I have to reassign them, which means I can't use const. It means I have to use let, and then my thing is going to yell at me. It's okay. And then apparently my linter doesn't like parseInt either. Let's see why. Oh, you need to specify the radix. Yeah, because by default, we are in what, base 10? Is that how this works? Cool. React or Vue? I choose Vue, but I use React professionally. Cool. So we have 1 vote for 7,2. 2 votes for 1,2. Okay, great. So this is how it's going to work. This thing's going to pop up. The timer's going to be counting down, and then people can vote for which square they want to pick. And really, you all need to work together. So right now, you can see that people are choosing all kinds of things. And I need to fix the overflow. But yeah, I'll sort by highest number of votes. That's actually a good call. Though, how in the heck am I going to do that? So We kind of have to like to array it. Something like this. And then we're going to sort them. And this actually, I do believe this is going to give us the coordinate, comma, the num votes. So I'm not talking through this code because I need to be done with this. I'm already way over the amount of time I said I was going to take. So here we go. We do like this. We do like that. We save it. And now they should... Wait. And now they should be sorted by number of votes, right? Oh, but now I do need destructuring, which is going to give us the coordinate and the number of votes. I do believe, like this. Yeah. So 7-2 has 1 vote and 2 votes. Yeah. Sorry, something fell off the desk. Everyone vote for 7-2. Just vote for 7-2, and we should see that number go up. Yeah. So it's working. It's working. I think I'll also just do overflow scroll on it. But honestly, if you're voting for something that's not at the top of the list, then we don't need to see your vote anyways. And then the other thing is the timer. We're going to increase the font size on the timer a little bit. 4 rems. Nice. Oh yeah, you're totally right. It's just overflow auto. Yeah. Okay. So everyone's voting for 7-2. Fantastic. Make the votes show on the grid position they belong to. I'm hesitating because that's a really good idea, but I don't want to code it. Because like, wouldn't it be great to actually see the number on the given tile? Let's do it. Yeah, I mean it would be. We're gonna do it. So that actually, like, I like the idea, because then check it out. We can actually put the vote timer above the game board. Like this. And we're gonna do color white, font family sans serif on the entire page. All right, so we digress. I mean, I've been live for 2 hours at this point. I wanted to be done like an hour ago, but it is what it is. We're gonna make this flex column, so now it does that. Beautiful. We actually don't need the overlay anymore. And then now, instead of setting up the vote list, we're actually just going to put it into the grid. Whose emote is that? Because we need an emote like that. 20 minutes. Does my hover not work? Yeah, putting coordinates on the board would also make total sense too, because then it's easier to vote for what you're going to vote for. Oof. Where were you all 10 minutes ago when I started coding this thing? Oh, not this thing, but this specific section of it. Imbordelon, thank you for that sub. And Heavy Moore, thanks for being here. It's Small Ant. Nice. Okay. Where were we? At this point, instead of appending to this HTML, we will actually put it in the grid. And this is good. So this is where our data attributes come into play. So if you remember to an hour and a half ago, when we created these cells, we added the data attributes. So when we did cell.dataset, we gave it a row and we gave it a column. So data row 2, data column 6. Now we can actually just pick the cell on the page that has that row and column and put some text inside of it. Yeah, and so these are not CSS attributes. These are HTML. Did I say CSS attributes? No, just HTML attributes. Is there a CSS content attribute? What? Oh, no. I mean, you could do it that way. I'm not going to do it that way. I'm going to put it in the cell itself. Watch. Okay, so basically when I did this earlier, it added HTML attributes to the page. But what that will allow me to do is, you'll see now that I have this coordinate, we can just grab the, actually, let's remove the space here. We grab the row and the column. And that's going to be coordinate.split on a comma. So that gives us the row and the column. And then we find the element on the page where it has the attribute. How do attributes work? Isn't it something like data row equals row? Something like this. I mean, I guess technically I could just give those cells an ID as well. I'm just gonna do that. It's gonna be easier because I was just thinking, how do I do a compound CSS query that says where it has this data attribute and that data attribute? Nah, we just do ID, and then we do a little template string where it's row +1, comma. Can you do it like that? I'm just gonna use the ID. So do cell dash row dash column. That's how we'll do it. And then we can easily select it with ID right here. So we want the element where the ID is this, but without the +1. And then that cell, we just put the number of votes on it. All right. Vote now. So if you just do a !elephant dash vote, it should pop up, and there it is. Yeah. So there's one vote for this cell. There's one vote for that cell. This is a much nicer user experience. I'm going to increase the font size and center the number of votes now. But yeah, this is a better user experience. Here we go. A cell will have a font family with 1, 2 rems. And it will also just be a flexbox. So it'll be justify content center, align item center. So we can see the number of votes for that given cell. And then I'll also put the coordinates on all the cells. Wait, that didn't work. Why didn't that work? Oh, font. Yeah, you're right. Font size. That's it. I've been at it too long. Okay. And then, I need to do display flex if I want all this. Inline flex. Yep, thank you, Plaz. Here it is. Nice. 1 vote for that cell. 1 vote. I guess I didn't have to. 1 vote for that cell. This is cool. I like this better. I like this way better. I think I'll also show the coordinates on everything, so you know what people are voting for. So everyone just vote for 1-1. I want to see this number to the moon. Just elephant vote 1 space 1. Cool. I think you can do like MS Comic Sans or something like that. Beautiful. You all are doing great Great work. Can I explain the for each? Yeah, well, I can. I said I wasn't going to, but I will. So it's tricky. So votes is a map data structure. It's not an array. And so what I have to do first is turn it into an array. And so this little syntax right here turns this map into an array of arrays. And then I sort it based on the number of votes, which actually I don't have to do anymore, so we can just forget about that. And then for every element, we do the thing. And so this map basically maps the coordinates to the number of votes. So like right now, because everybody is voting for 1, 1, inside that map, it says 1, 1 with a value of 31. And also in that map is 1, 2 x row, no, 2, 1, I guess. And then that has a value of 1. So every single one of these that has a vote is mapped in the array from the coordinate to the actual number of votes. So we then just iterate over that and add it to the page. Flash the background color when voted. That's feature creep. It's a great idea though. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I just want to be done. Okay. So we've got this. I think I do want to display the coordinates next to it. So, how are we going to do that? Well, I think we'll use inner HTML instead. And then we can do something like this. So we've got, we'll have a span that has the number of votes inside of it. And then a span below that that has the coordinate inside of it. Yeah. And then flex direction column. And then we want, I'm just going to create a new class called Tiny. It has like a font size of, we're out of time again. I'm gonna allow you to place bets right now. How do you? What are the channel point vote thingies called again? I forgot. Prediction. There we go. We want a prediction. Yeah, I'm gonna set up a prediction. Will we finish the app with this next 15-minute timer? Will we finish the app in the next 15 minutes? Yes or no. You'll have 30 seconds to vote on it. Let's first, before I start this, we're going to define what finish means. Yeah, so we have to define what it means to be finished. So what it means to be finished, oh look, that's technically working. What it means to be finished is the time, actually we're going to have a list of things that need to be done in order to say that we're finished. So we have a countdown timer. How do you spell count? We have a countdown timer that is working. We reveal a cell. When guessed. And count it. And then what else do we need? Game resets after everything is yeah, I don't think we're going to get the elephants from the API within the next 15 minutes. We'll see how we're doing after 15 minutes, and if we've got everything else, then we'll hook up to the API. So we have a countdown timer. We reveal a sale when it's guessed. The game resets after everything is guessed. Cool. Flash the cells. Everyone wants to see a flashing cell. Oh no, you are allowed to vote that cell. Yeah. So basically, the way this game is going to work is so let's say right now, you all are allowed to vote for a cell. So everyone vote for 1-1, and then after 30 seconds, the cell that has the most number of votes is the one that you're firing at, and then we will reveal whether or not there is an elephant behind that square. If there is not one, it will be gray. If there is one, it'll be red. This gets complicated. I didn't even think about this. If you've guessed all the squares that are behind an image, then the image itself will be revealed. I already don't believe in myself. I already don't think I can do this in 15 minutes. Reveal a cell when guessed. Reveal the image if all cells of an image are guessed. And then the game resets. Okay. Yeah, it's a lot to do in 15 minutes. If there's a tie, we pick the one that got voted for first. Oh yeah. I'm gonna attribute the NFTs for sure. I will. All right. I'm not even gonna do a prediction because you all are making me feel bad. Like, I mean, I feel it's been a while since we've written code like this. I'm getting stuff done, all right? It's just taking me a while. Let's say not enough. That's too long. We'll be done with everything in 30 minutes. But I'm not even going to let you vote on it. Yeah, here we go. Let's just do it. Okay, what I was working on right now is the styles for tiny. Yeah, so one rim, and then I'm going to make the coordinate be tiny. All right, so vote for 1-1. Yeah, so you can see the coordinate there, and then really when you all are playing the game, it's going to be we'll make it a little bigger. 1.5. And we'll also make it a different color. That's a nice color. Let's just... Should the coordinate always be shown? Nah. I think, I mean, yeah, honestly, that would be a better experience, but you all can just go up to your screen and count, right? Right? Okay, let's get the timer working. So we will need, let's call it like a game state. And then this is going to have like a timer end, and that is going to be right now plus 30 seconds. Cool. And then we're just going to be watching that timer and updating the page. So every 500 milliseconds, I am going to update the timer on the page to be so I need to put it in a variable. So we'll have the timer element with ID timer. We want its text content to be, it's always going to be 30 seconds. So it's just going to be like this. And then we'll do seconds left is going to be right now. No. The game state dot timer end minus right now. Right? Because if we, yeah, that should give us a number of seconds left. And that's actually going to give us milliseconds left. So we'll just do that divided by 1,000. Okay. That should at least give us Nan. Oh, this. Why? Why would that do that? Okay, so if I get a date and then I add 30 seconds to it. So right now that's 30 seconds in the future. Great. So if I then say what's that? If I then grab game end minus right now, it gives us Nan. Why? The other way? I know date is not a number, but JavaScript should coerce it for us. It should be coerced. Why can't I do this? If this doesn't work, then like I have 100 different code bases that are broken. Do I really need to do dot now? Okay, maybe that's what I do. But I disagree. I think I disagree. Oh, not set timeout. I want set interval. That's why. Nice. Nice. Yeah, somebody caught it earlier, but I didn't listen. I was just adding on to it. Yeah, there we go. That's what we want. But we're gonna math.floor it. Oh, we need to math.floor the 1,000 part too. That's a timer. Don't tell me that's not a timer. Okay. Get JavaScript on the phone and tell them they're wrong. Yeah, right? No, I just remembered wrong. Okay, so timer's counting down. You all would vote for a specific cell. And then when the timer hits 0, we check whether or not that's a hit. Yeah. But we also want to do a pad left. -1. Yeah, so we need to stop it whenever it gets to 0. But we'll do the how do you pad? Is that built into numbers? Pad start. Pad start is what I want. Yeah, and thank you, BB. I didn't even see your message. Yeah, okay. This whole thing divided by 1,000. Math.floor this whole thing. We then toString this whole thing, and then we say pad start max length of 2, and I want to fill it with zeros. Cool, and that gives us seconds left. And then we can just do that right here. Cool, and then if seconds left is less than or equal to 0, then check most voted square. And we're going to do this piece in here, so that way it stays a number. Cool. All right. Vote now. Exclamation mark elephant dash vote followed by a row and column, and it's not 0 based. So this top left corner is 1 1. The bottom right is 10 10. I mean, actually, I don't even know why I'm telling you to vote because I actually have a lot more code to write. Can someone vote for this? Is anyone voting for this square right here, which would be 3 5? 3 5? Are people voting for 3 5? Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense that you can't see it right now because the image is on top of it anyways. Yeah, so at this point, the timer needs to stop. So we need to, we'll add to our game state. Let's say guessing starts off as true. And then when we hit 0, we'll set guessing to false. So if we're guessing, we're going to keep that timer going down. And then when the timer hits 0, we'll set guessing to false, and then we'll check the most voted square. At this point, would we have already... Actually, we're not doing the sort anymore, which we need to do. So we need to... we don't necessarily need to sort the votes, but we do need to grab the one that has the most votes. So the most voted coordinate will start off as this. The votes array, because I'm turning a map into an array so I can find the biggest key. That's weird, but I think this will actually work because votes array is an array of arrays, and I want the first one. I'm going to default it to the first one in the array. Like that. Okay, then I iterate over all the rest of the votes. And that's going to give me the coord and the num votes. We'll figure this out. So if num votes is greater than most num votes, if the number of votes here is greater than the most number of votes, then the most number of votes is equal to num votes, and the most voted coordinate is equal to this current coordinate. At the end of all of this, we should have the most voted coordinate along with the most number of votes. And at that point, we change the color of the thing. Let's take it one step at a time. Here we go. Clock starts over. You can vote now. After the 30 seconds, in the console, we should see the one that has the most votes. Oh yeah, you're right. I mean, it's a good point, SQL Grudster. We'll lower the clock time. Just sort it. I mean, I could, but I didn't. Which is fine. So at this point, we should see 1 1. Yeah, so it found it. So that's working. Let me remove all those other console logs. So we actually don't care about seeing that stuff anymore. It was a tie, but I'm just going to go for the first one that was voted for, which is fine. There will be no tiebreaker. That's for version 2. Okay, now that we have the coordinate that most people voted for, why is it y comma x, not x comma? No, it is x. It's row column. Oh, you're right. Right? I did that wrong. So technically, I mean, it would be easy enough to fix. It would just be column row, like that, right? Is that what people are used to? X comma y, which would be column row. Yeah. Does that feel more natural? Oh, you don't click to vote. In the chat, you can see other people doing the command. You do that same command with the row and the column that you want to vote for. Hadouk says it's worse. Cal the Juggler says, yes, this is what you expect. Yeah, so this is 10-1, which would mean the 10th row, first column. Yeah, no, I mean, it's not a design decision. I think it was just a mistake on my part. And what's up, Jmot? Would I be able to ask general question? You will, but we're in a bit of a frenzy right now because I've been coding for 2.5 hours. I want to be done with this thing. So I would say reserve your question for like an hour from now when I'm not busy trying to get this thing done. I have tried to make a Twitch extension before, but Twitch denied it. So I never tried again. I'll talk about that. Ask me about that later if you want to know about it. They're showing reversed. Oh, so I changed it there, but I also need to change it whenever we're here, because it's column row. Oh goodness, I hope there's not other places I need to change it. Right? It was, the thing is, it wasn't a design decision. I just did it wrong. Now it's wrong. Is it though? So this is column 2, row 1. What are people used to? People are used to x comma y, right? Which would be column row x then y. Yeah, okay. So if that's the case, then when you are voting, the x is the column xy, and then the row is the y. 100% personal preference. So x, y. Okay, so column row in your message is correct. Then when we are labeling them, and actually when we set up the grid, we have rows and then columns. So it's going to go, the ID is column row. X comma Y. Okay, so that's the ID. And then whenever we set the cell, it's column row. And then here we'll do column row. All right, that should fix it. I just had to take a second and actually think through it. But that's the winner. All right. Now, make your votes and tell me if it feels natural or not. Never mind. Serious input. Get the cell on a new vote and set the text content to num votes instead of setting all cells again and again on each vote. Oh, just grab the cell itself. It's a great idea, but I'm not going to do that. But that would be more performant because we wouldn't be updating the text content, or we wouldn't have to find it every time. Yeah, it's good. All right, everyone's happy. All right, so let's go back to our checklist. We have a countdown timer. Beautiful. We now need to reveal that cell as to whether or not it was correct or not. You cannot vote more than once. No, after you've done the one vote, the labels are still backwards. X, Y. So that's 3, 1, 5, 1. But this is right. So this is the X is this direction. So this is the 5th one, and then it's the first row. Oh wait, oh yeah. So it's doing column row. I think it's just one more place we need to change it. Yeah, this is why. It's just the label. It's just the label at this point. Everything else is right. That's because that's the label. That's the label that it uses. All right. I think I fixed it. I think the label was wrong, but the command was right. Yeah? Yeah, I think we've done it. That's it, right? It works. Oh, that alone took us 30 minutes. Okay. Now, where we have to actually reveal the cell itself. I mean, even this sounds tricky to me because we need to look at all of the elephants, see if it matches. Okay. So now also on our game state, we need to have all of the things that people have voted for. So we can call this the guest cells. Starts off as an empty array, and then whenever a guess is made, we push it in. The most voted coordinate, like that. Great. And then we need to highlight a cell if there is an elephant behind it and it was voted for. And actually, I think we can just do that at this point. So similar to how we are grabbing the cell here, we can do that here. So we're pushing it into the votes. And we'll call this, we'll use this variable, most voted coordinate. This is the cell that we guessed. And then we need to check if a, we need to check if a image is behind there. So we actually need to iterate over the elephants and see if this cell coincides with any one of these elephants. So let's do it. Can iterate over them. We get each elephant. And really, this is just, does a coordinate exist within a given box, which is some more like maths we have to do. This one's a bit simple though. Do we also need to check if it's already in the guest array? Yeah, the thing is, I should be doing that here. So because we're putting it into the guest one, you are not allowed to vote for it here. And so let's actually make this a set. And then we can do right here, we'll say if GameState.guestCells has this coordinate, return. So you can't vote for it twice. Cool. Array.handsome. That's funny. I like that. Yeah, so you won't be able to vote for squares that have already been guessed. Okay, so for every elephant, we need to see if this given row and column XY column row, if that intercepts with the elephant. How do we do that? So we'll say if column is greater than or equal to elephant dot x, and column is less than or equal to elephant dot x plus the elephant size. So this gives us is within x. Great. But it also has to be within the y. So, and the row is greater than or equal to the y, and the row is less than or equal to elefanti, elefant.y, the y plus the size. Because the y is the top left corner. I think this should do it, honestly. So -1, +1. And we'll do this. Let was hit. And that starts off as false. And then if we go here, we'll say this was true. I mean, yeah. We need some unit tests? No. what makes you say that? Well, we're unit testing as we go. Seriously? That wants to be there? I don't like that. So if it was a hit, then red. Otherwise, lello. I am the unit test, not exactly. Which is fine. I think the other thing I'm going to do is an elephant will have a list of coordinates on it that have been hit. And when that list of coordinates length is the number of squares that make up a given elephant, then we know that that one is, it should be visible now, right? I think that's what we're going to do. So we'll say elephant dot hits dot add this given coordinate. We'll just increment it. We'll increment it. And all of the elephants, the number of hits starts off as 0. But the total number of hits is just going to be the area of the square. So total hits is the size squared. Cool. Should be fine. Yeah, this code needs a ton of refactoring, but I'm just getting it working. And then we'll say if elephant.hits is equal to elephant.total hits, then elephant.visible is true. Something like that. Yeah, you're totally right. It could be, it starts off as a larger number, then we decrement it. But I'm going to leave it this way. That is a valid other way to do it. Okay, so if it was a hit, we need to turn it red. So I think I'm just going to do cell.classlist.add hit. And then otherwise it was a miss. This. Cool. And then we just need the hit and the miss class. So the hit class will have a background of that red color that we found earlier, and then if it was missed, it'll have that other background. This color, that's a great red. And then otherwise, if it was a miss, it's going to be that color. Well, thank you, Hork. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I appreciate everybody providing suggestions and hanging out with us and stuff. I feel like all of my coding streams lately anyways have devolved into this where like it's like I don't even want to be coding, but then I actually am coding, and there's all, I don't know. It's fine. we're almost done here. It only took us 40 minutes. Okay, so that's fine. This is fine. Everything is fine. I think I have this. Yeah, this is fine. Totally fine. Should be good. At this point, we need to reset the timer and go again. And then we end the game when all of the images have been guessed. So, there goes another 40 minutes. Okay. This is here. Great. I probably should have put all of this into a function. So we'll say at this point, game state dot guessing is true. Well, I didn't even do the prediction because there were so many people that were bad mouthing me. On line 144 should be false. No, I think this should be true because basically after by default all of the images are going to be hidden. It's wrong right now, so you all can easily guess. But when you're really playing the game, the images are hidden, and then after you've hit all the right spots, then it becomes visible. You'll see. You'll see. I'm pretty sure I'm right there. I don't know. I could be wrong. Okay, game state.guessing is true, and then we need to also update the new timer end. So we'll say game state dot timer end is that. You can start guessing again, and the timer will reset. Okay. At this point, let's actually try to play the game. So you can either vote for something that's visible or something that's not visible. Yeah, so like you're voting for this square. We know that these two are going to be a miss, so they should turn that yellowish color. But if you're voting for one of the squares over here, I actually can't see it. And here's what I'm going to do, just so we can see it. I'm going to set the images to have an opacity like this, just so we can see if somebody voted behind them. Yeah, okay, try again. You have 30 seconds to guess. Cool. So looks like this. Oh no, this one has the. Yeah, it makes sense. Vote for the one that is just one. So in 5 seconds, that cell should turn red, which is actually going to be hard to tell. Well, we tried. we tried. Where is this variable? Yeah, we don't want to push. We just want to add. Is that how a set works? I was promised red. Well, try again. Try again. Column, yeah, so it's X comma Y. Column, row. So this is 3, 2 because it's the third column, the second row. Can I fix your image? Yeah, I'll try Stony Eagle. I don't know why that's happening. I think yours is the only one. Oh, it worked. No, it didn't. Never mind. It was already orange to begin with. We have 20. Or did it? No, it did. Oh, I totally forgot. We need to turn off all of the guest cells though. We need to reset the votes. Right? Is that what just happened? Was I looking away whenever it happened again? Okay. We need to clear the votes. Which is something we weren't doing. And we clear has voted. So at this point, guessing is true. Votes dot clear and has voted dot clear. And we call show votes, which should well, it actually won't. We need to manually clear out all the cells. Which is easy enough. We need to grab all of the elements that have the cell class and set their text content to be nothing. Oof, this is some messy code. It's probably not the messiest we've ever written, but it is. There's a lot going on. Column row, right? Column row. I need some water. My lips are chapped. That worked. Now you should be able to vote again for a different cell. Yeah, and you shouldn't be able to vote for column 2, row 5. You shouldn't be able to vote for 2, 5. Cell 2-4 is not a valid selector. What? Oh, is there a period on it? America 2050. I don't think you even tried to break it, but you did break it. Yeah. I'm doing parse int though. Oh, so it didn't. I see. Cool. Yeah. So it's working. You can see that you all are gradually finding this battleship, this battle elephant. Okay, let's fix the fact that you can send a message with a period in it. Oh, I just need to do this before I create that. There we go. That should fix it. I think we're there. Let me lower the time limit. We're gonna put this in a variable. This is like the only refactor we're gonna do. We're gonna call this guess length, and then now we'll create a variable called guess length. Yeah, and for those of you that care about that kind of thing, this is known as a magic number because I just had like numbers thrown throughout the code, but now I put a name on it. Now we know it's the guess length, and I'm going to change this to 5 seconds. So actually, I mean, the stream delay is like 4 seconds. I'll make it 7. So now you have 7 seconds to vote for a square. And yeah, nice. That's what I wanted to see. So that's actually a miss. So it turns that color. I think the other thing I'm going to do though that we're not doing is when an elephant has been completely found, we need to make it not we need to make it visible. Right now we just have it to have some opacity, but we needed to display the full image. So we're creating elephants somewhere here. We should probably give the elements like an ID. Yeah, it should be opacity 0 and until it's completely visible. We need a way of grabbing the element. Actually, we'll just do this. We'll throw it on the elephant object here. Yeah, this is pure JavaScript. It's a mess. Here's the thing. You can write vanilla JavaScript and it doesn't have to look like spaghetti, but we're making it look like spaghetti. This is spaghetti. Okay. This like that I think should be good. Cool. And then now we can actually just do this. We'll do elephant dot elephant dot element dot style dot opacity is 1. Vote for this one. Oh no. Oh wait, can't access property symbol dot iterator. When there are no votes, does the thing just break? Vote for that one. I guess it's hard to vote when you don't know what the column number is. All right, line 128. Oh yeah, because I'm trying to do this. Okay, so if votes array dot length, if there actually are some votes, which is possible that there might not be. Okay. That one. Vote for that one. Oh, will that work, Titan Fuss? With if I just throw this in the CSS? Wait a second. Why is this one red? There's no elephant behind that. Elephant vote 9-4. Oh no, sorry. An off by 1 error? No. Less than versus less than or equal to. So that is happening right here. So if the column is greater than or equal to x and the column is less than or equal to the x plus the size, -1. Yeah, because if this is 1 and then the size is 3, it actually only goes to 3. So this needs to be -1. And now I know where that -1 was coming from earlier. I don't know if you're still here. The person that was making the suggestion for how to do the collision detection, that's why we wanted -1. Cool. That should fix that though. Yeah. Let me increase the timer. Yep. Yep. Yes. Everyone's saying yes. We'll go with 15 seconds. Okay, the opacity is not changing. Opacity 0.5, and then honestly, I could just look at it though. If I look at it, yeah, there is no style tag on that thing. Where are we doing that? Here, elephant dot element dot style dot opacity equals 1. So we're incrementing the elephant's hits, and then the total hits is for a 1x1 would be 1. I don't think it's a string. I mean, it should work as a number. Did I call this the right thing? And then we are putting the element on the elephant here. Total hips. Did I do elephants? Elephant dot hits. Elephant dot total hits. So right now, by default, it's half opacity while we're testing, but then when we officially play the game, it's just going to be 0. But once an elephant has been completely guessed, we want to make it completely visible. Let's try again. Vote for this one. Oh yeah. Do I still have? Where's that CSS? That'll make it easier for everyone if I just add this CSS. Yeah. Okay. So it says hit. Oh, hits is non-bread. Garlic naan. Cheesy naan. Why is it non? Plain non? We're putting a hits property on the elephant here. And we're putting a total hits property on it as well. Nan? Well, yeah, that's what I was worried about, but we're setting it to 0 here. And all of this happens before anything else starts up. That's what someone was talking about earlier. Yeah. You got it. Somebody said it earlier, but I didn't know what they were talking about. All right. This is the one. And at this point, we've kind of made it. At this point, we add a few extra things, but then we're basically done. Again, that CSS I needed to add. But this should no. Okay, vote for this one. Vote for this one right here. All right. 7,6. Yeah, that's what you want. Yeah, no, it worked. It worked. See, so now because that elephant, all of the squares within that elephant were hit, it now displays. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Okay. So now what we do is we turn it down all the way, but also we add this. That's awesome. But we need to change the data attribute to +1. Woo! That's solid. But I guess the tricky part here is then when somebody votes for a specific cell, it's now like, yeah, it's like overlaid on top of it. So I guess technically, now we don't need to display it. Yeah, now we don't got to show it at all. And it should be column row. Check it out. Okay, and then I think we wanted this for the content. And then now in the JavaScript, where am I doing tiny? Yeah, then we don't need this. Nice. Let's decrease the font size. Nice. This is it. This is what we've been waiting for. Okay, and I think I can go to 1.5 at that point. Yeah. Cool. The only issue now is we can see after a cell gets guessed, we don't need to show that coordinate anymore. Yeah, so after a cell is done getting guessed, we want to remove the content. So I think I just need to add a class to the cell and then have no content on it. Oh, and miss or hit or miss. So cell hit after, cell miss after has no content. All right. Okay, I think this is it. We can do one full playthrough, and then I need to credit all of the NFT authors. I'll add a link to support Ukraine, and we'll be done. Yeah, look at that. Okay, but we're gonna start over one more time because we want to give you 30 seconds to guess. All right, this is it. Vote now. So for those of you that are just joining us, you can do !elephant-vote in the chat with a row and a column. You can see the things that you can vote for here. Ultimately, you're playing Battleship. We're trying to find the elephants behind this grid. And so in about 10 seconds, we're going to reveal the cell that has the most votes. So you can see this one has the most votes. If there's an elephant behind there, that cell is going to turn red. If not, it turns gray like that. Now you have another 30 seconds to vote for another cell. Yeah. Cool. Why would you support Ukraine? Because war is bad. There's no reason that we as humans should be killing each other anymore. We're past that. And most of the world realizes that. Most of the world has the opinion that the war that is happening right now is kind of pointless. Though, I mean, we don't usually talk about politics here on stream. And also, do better, guys. You're missing. Guys and gals. Do better. I guess, I don't know, is there a strategy to Battleship? Like, you kind of maybe you sweep across, maybe you vote over here, then over there to try and find them. I don't know. But I guess there are, now that I'm talking about it, there are other things that are happening around the world that potentially, oh, you found one. So because that's red, that means that there is a piece of an image there. So it could be, and now it would make sense to vote around it. So you and whichever one of these is right, well, actually, we're going to see the one that had the most votes first. But if that's wrong, you potentially know you need to go in the other direction. Let's see. Yeah, but there are other things happening in the world, but Ukraine is getting the most attention. Great work, everyone. Now, if you've been watching the stream, you know that this is a square. So it's either going to be down here or up here. I keep interrupting myself. But yeah, there's probably a lot of other places in the world we need to support as well. It's just the most media attention is there. And it makes sense because I don't know, but I think there should not be war. That is my opinion, and I'm comfortable sharing that. And we should support the people that are being targeted right now. That's my opinion. Great, you guys are about to do it. This is the one. You should be voting for this square because we're gonna reveal an NFT behind it. Actually, we may not. Actually, it could be bigger than just a 2x2. If there's a tie, it goes for the one that was voted for first. Oh, apparently it's a bigger image than we thought. So you have to keep going. You're gonna vote for one square around here. We could add sound effects. I'm not doing that. Why don't we support Russia to end the war faster? Russia started it, first of all. So that's my opinion. Like, you shouldn't have started it to begin with. So I'm going to side with the people that didn't start it. So, yeah. Oh, so I think we've actually found the biggest one. It's a 3x3. Now, yeah, I mean, that person is very obviously just trying to get a rise out of me, or having a conversation, or trying to have a conversation about it. But, you know, yeah. Okay. I think the 3x3 is the biggest one that we put on the thing, right? Can I please explain how I could do that to not get overlay? What do you mean, Torafune? Like, why are the images not showing right now? Great. Okay, these two cells are the last one. This game actually takes a very long time. It would be interesting to like put it somewhere on my screen so you all can play while I'm talking and coding and stuff. But it takes a long time. Yeah. I mean, once you find the other one, so I think there's one other 3x3, there's a 2x2 and a 1x1. I'm just excited to see what happens after you vote. So you voted for this square. Great. Now vote for this square. Vote for 4-9. And let's see that NFT. And Mauchi is asking, do I have any advice for computer science college students? My advice is to build lots of things and do more stuff than your coursework asks for. So I got a computer science degree many years ago, and I kind of just did what. Do we have a 4x4? Why didn't why are there 4 hits? Total hits 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then hits is just 4. But it should be 9. How are we not increasing hits? Oh, you're right, Acid Spark. Yeah, it's actually 2 different ones because you could have 2 3x3s side by side. So, but actually, if we know that this one's not a hit, yeah, they're neighboring. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm actually gonna show you where they're all at. Whoa! No way! That didn't happen a single time in our tests. But look at this. There's a 3x3 right here. There's a 2x2 right here, and then there's a 3x3 right here. Yeah. Well, yeah, if you guess 8-7, that one should reveal, and if you guess 1-9, that one should reveal. Wow. I can't believe I didn't think of that. I mean, it's allowed, like, technically, if you've ever played Battleship, like this is basically what it's based off of. You could bunch all of your ships in the bottom left corner. Totally allowed. And it kind of throws people off too. Nice. There's that NFT. Nice. Okay. All right, here's what we need to do. We need to credit the authors. So we'll link out to the Untamed Elephants collection. Here, let's add a link at the bottom of the page. Yeah, we need to get random ones. I'm gonna mostly end it there because I do need to take a break. I've been coding for 3 hours at this point, so I need to walk around. I need to drink some water. Eat a quick snack. And then I would totally be happy to integrate with the OpenSea API. That would actually be pretty fun, I think. Okay, paragraph here. All elephants are from the, what is this called? Untamed Elephants Collection. View them here. And we'll throw in a little anchor tag. Anthony writes code. What's up? Someone spoiled the raid. I was like, why are they saying hi to Anthony? What's up, dude? Welcome in. Shout out to our friend Anthony writes code. As far as I know, they were actually working on it says it in the title. They're trying to catch shiny Pokemon with Python. Now, I don't know if you're still here, Anthony, but how were you doing that? Did you have your Switch plugged into your computer like with a capture card, and then you had Python looking at the video input? Or what'd you do? Yeah, post all the links. All the links. Switch microcontroller. Control your Nintendo Switch. Oh, with an Arduino. But so you did need a capture card though. Oh, I see. And then you're using the Arduino kind of as just like basically a hardware keyboard that sends commands to the Switch. Yeah? Is that accurate? Yeah. So, yeah, that's awesome. So this little guy sends the commands to the Switch itself to tell it to like catch the Pokemon. And then you have another program running that's looking at the video output of the Switch to see if there's a shiny Pokemon on the screen. Is that accurate? How do you tell if it's a shiny Pokemon? Or did you reverse engineer some sort of API? Yeah, okay. But so how with computer vision, how do you know if it's a shiny Pokemon or not? Is there something on the screen that literally says shiny? Well, that's cool. It's a cool project. I did something similar. I mean, not similar, but using an Arduino to inject keyboard controls, I did a while back. There's an animation which causes a text box delay. So you detect when that happens, and then you know it's a shiny. I want to show this keyboard. I actually have no idea where the Arduino went, but I mean, you can see this. This is literally just a keyboard with a bunch of emoji stickers on it. But I programmed an Arduino to make it so that when I pressed a key here, the Arduino would then inject the right ASCII code for that emoji. But when you plug the Arduino into a computer, it's just detected as like a regular keyboard device. Yeah. Cool. All right, welcome in, Raiders. Glad to have you here. This is what we're building, and actually, you all can play this game right now. We're adding a few finishing touches to it. I think the other thing I want to do is add another link. You gotta spell Ukraine right. What's the most reputable website for finding some way to support the war in Ukraine? I guess I'll link to NPR. Yeah, I'm just gonna link to NPR. Yeah, no worries, Anthony Writes Code. Thank you very much for the raid, and enjoy the food. Enjoy the food. Okay, but any of the raiders, if you stuck around, we built this game today. And this is based on it's coding. We call it coding improv. So basically, at the beginning of the stream, we got 5 random suggestions. One of the suggestions was NFT, elephant, coding garden, sneeze, and war. And so we tried to take all of these suggestions and incorporate them into an app of some kind. And this is what we ended up with. So basically, this is like a Battleship board. Hiding behind this board are 4 different NFTs from the Untamed Elephants collection. And so as a chat, you get to vote. So you can do !elephant-vote followed by the coordinate of the cell you want to vote for. The one that has the most votes will get revealed. If it shows up as red, then that means that's a hit. That means there is an elephant behind that square. And then you just have to gradually guess where they are. So that was a miss. You might want to try like over here or something like that. Yeah, so one of the suggestions was war, which is how we came across like Battleship, but then also that's why I just added the support Ukraine thingy, because there's a war there right now. Elephants, we found an elephant NFT collection. Coding garden, this is the coding garden. I don't know. I'm sorry, Fob. This wasn't a really good. I didn't really add much here. And then sneeze, we didn't exactly incorporate. Unless have I sneezed today while we've been streaming? Oh, you got a hit. You got a hit. So now you know there's likely either of those 2 squares. I have not sneezed. Well, somebody sneezed, and that counts. So cool. So yeah, you can just play this game forever. It takes a long time because it's 30 seconds per guess. I guess we could lower it. We tried lowering it earlier. It was just really hard to play because you don't have that long to guess. We're gonna lower it to 17 seconds. Yeah. Okay, it's a totally new map now, by the way. I guess I could also make it where, like, if somebody gifts subs or donates, then one of the images gets revealed, so you don't have to work as hard. I don't know. We got a ton of support, and I forgot to thank you all. Hummelka, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Bordelon with the Tier 1 sub. Heck with the gift, thank you very much. And Anthony Writes Code, thank you very much for the raid. Cash grab, yeah. So now you can see there's less votes that are getting in. But it's fine. The game will go faster. And you found one. Great work. I guess I'll leave this up here until you all finish. Actually, did we even code in? We didn't even code in when the game is over. I don't think we need to because it's going to take a really long time to get there, which is fine. I'm going to take a break. That's a great idea, Rfire. I need to take a break because I've been live for a really long time and I haven't even gotten up that much. So I'm going to take a 15-minute break. While I'm on break, you can play this game. Also, I'll throw up an old coding garden video for you all to watch. And also, I'll push all of this code up to GitHub. So all of these things we did not reset the game yet, but that's totally fine. But I'm going to push this up to GitHub. And if you want to look at our spaghetti code, you can go here. Is that a sneeze? I mean, I don't know. I don't want to play a sneeze sound. I know it would be easy to do. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. So keep playing this game. Keep playing this game. If anybody new comes into the chat, tell them how to play the game. I'm also going to leave you with a video. So let me find one of those. This one. This is a video on array.map. Need to find a cable, just a second. Array map in JavaScript. So first we're going to talk about what is map, when should you use map, and then we'll see some examples. Okay, I'm going to take a break. I'll be back a little bit after this video is over. Keep playing the game. Watch this video. Sub on YouTube. Follow here. Thank you. I'll see you in a bit. Hello friends, today we're going to talk about array map in JavaScript. So first we're going to talk about what is map, when should you use map, and then we'll see some examples of using map. So first, what is map? Map is a higher order function on the array prototype. What does that mean? This means we can call map on any array that we create. If we look at the definition from the Mozilla Developer Network, it says, the map method creates a new array with the results of calling a provided function on every element in the calling array. Now let's break that down. So let's say we have an array of numbers like this, an array with the numbers 1, 2, and 3. And we want to create a new array that has 2, 4, and 6 inside of it. So if we think back to that definition, we want a new array, and highlighted from that definition, calling a provided function on every element in the calling array. So if we think of the example where we want to end up with an array of 2, 4, and 6, what might we mean by that? And this is what we mean. So let's say we had this function called double. it takes in a number and returns that number times 2. So what if we called this function on every element in that original array? We would end up with 2, 4, and 6. So the main idea being we have our array starting as 1, 2, and 3. We call double with each value, and then we get 2, 4, and 6. So let's break this down a little bit. Let's say we didn't have map and we wanted to call this function manually, we could start off with an array of numbers 1, 2, and 3. We could create a result array. We could then manually invoke our double function, which we just defined, with every number inside of the numbers array, and store that inside of the result array, and we would end up with an array of 2, 4, and 6. Simple enough. But of course, we don't want to do this manually all the time, so we could also do this with a for loop. Works in a very similar way, but now instead of having to manually specify the indice, we can just create a for loop that goes from 0 to the length of numbers, and then for every number inside of that, we're going to invoke double with that number and put it into the result array. Simple enough. But we can do even better. We could use the built-in for each function. Again, we're calling double manually each time, but this is a little bit cleaner because we don't have the whole for loop with the iteration and things like that, but it works in the same way. So we do a for each over numbers with the values 1, 2, and 3. And then for each number, we invoke double to get back that doubled number, and then we store it in the result array, ending up with the array 2, 4, and 6. Now, this is where map comes into play. So instead of having to call that function manually every time, we can just pass that function into map, and JavaScript will call the function on every element for us. So let's see what that might look like. Ta-da! It's beautiful. So now we can just say numbers.map. We pass in that function that we defined, and under the hood, JavaScript will automatically call that function for every element inside of the array, and then store it in a new array. And we have now the array 2, 4, and 6. Beautiful. And I showed defining the function separately, but you might see this often as well. You can actually define the function in line. So this is doing exactly the same thing, but instead we're just defining the function on the same line that we're calling the map. But this will work in exactly the same way. This function will get called on every element inside of the array to create a new array with the values 2, 4, and 6. Fantastic. All right, so thinking back to like what is actually happening here, we start with one array, we run each value in that array through some function that results in a new value for each value in the original array, and now we have a new array with some new values in it. And that is what is map. So now when you read this definition, it might make a little bit more sense. So the map method creates a new array, right? We had that result array with the results of calling a provided function on every element in the calling array. So we call double on every element in the original array to get our result array. Fantastic. All right, so when should you use map? When you want to create a new array of the same length as the original array. Now, a lot of times when you see map, you see people talking about filter and reduce and some of these other higher order methods, but specifically map will create a new array of the exact same length. So if you know that you need a new array of the same length, you should use a map. And the other thing is when you want to transform an array of one thing into an array of another thing. In our simple case, we took an array of numbers and turned that into an array of doubled numbers. Cool. Let's see some examples. Now, if you're watching this, in the description below is the repo, and I have all of the examples that I'm about to do, and you can try them yourself. So if you want to give them a try before I do them, pause the video, go clone the repo, and give it a try. So let's see. All right, so we see our first example here, and this is what I showed in the slides. We start off with an array of numbers. We have a map, and that map will multiply each number by 2, and then we get the resulting array. So I have some other examples in here. So say, for instance, we have this array of days, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And we want to create a new array with just the first 3 letters of each day. So let's do that. So let's call this abbreviated. I think that's how you spell abbreviated. And we'll say days.map. And then we need a function that takes in each individual day. And we're going to return the first 3 letters of the day. So there is a built-in substring function you can use. So I'll say start at 0 and give end at 3. So give me the first 3 characters. And now if we log that out, abbreviated has the first 3 characters of every day. Simple enough. So for this next example, we have an array of objects. Each is a person having a first name and a last name. And I want to create a new array with the string full name of each person. So that would work like this. So I'll say people, well, let's say const full names is going to be people.map. We have a function that takes in a person. And then for each person, I want to return a string with first name, last name. So I'm going to return, I'll just use a template literal. And we want to do person.firstname space person.lastname. Simple as that. And if we log that out, we get an array with strings of their full name. Cool, so we took an array of objects and turned that into an array of strings. Awesome. This next one is an array of objects. They're all animals. They have a name property and a size property. And we want to create a new array with just the names of the animals. This is my break timer. Let's take a quick stretch. And then we'll get back to it. 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we want an array with just the names of the animals. So it's very similar to the previous example. So let's say animal names is going to be animals.map. We'll give it a function that accepts each animal, and we just want to return animal.name, just like that. And if we log the animal names, we get cat, dog, lion, and elephant. You'll notice I'm using 2 different syntax for fat arrows. I used this syntax because it was a very short function. This was a little bit longer, so I did the full syntax with a return, and similarly here, but you can write it either way. Both will work. Okay, so for this next one, this is where things get a little bit more tricky. So create a new array of objects with the properties value and index. So one thing I didn't talk about in our quick introduction to map is that the map function also gives you access to the current index in the array. So we could do this. We could say const values and indices, maybe, I don't know if that's how you spell that. Let's say things, okay. We can say the numbers dot map. This is going to give us a function with access to each number. And now for each number, we want to return an object. So we're going to return an object with the properties value and index. So if I want the property value, I can just call this value. But a map also gives you access to the index and also the array that you're iterating over. In this example, we don't need the array, but I will just say index. So now in this object, we can pass back value and index. And we're essentially returning an object that has both a value property and an index property. Value will be the value from the array. Index will be whatever index is inside of the array. So if we log things, we now get objects that have the value of the value inside of the array and a property index, which is the index in the array. So this comes in handy if you actually need access to the index inside of the function. All right, for this very last one, this is even trickier. So create a new array with each value multiplied by the next value. The last value should be multiplied by the first value. So for example, given the array 2, 5, and 10, we want our map function to return the first value is 2 times 5, the second value is 5 times 10, and the last value is 10 times 2. So let's do this. Let's say multiplied by next is starter.map. It's going to give us a function. We will get access to the number. We'll also get the index, and we'll also get the array. Now, because I have the index, I can get access to the next value. So let's say, just call it let. We'll say let next index be equal to index plus 1. And really, I just want to return the current number multiplied by the array at the next index, right? Because number is going to be like 2, and then index will start off as 0. If we add 1 to it, that'll be the next one. And if we say array brackets next index, that'll grab the next one. But we have our special case here because if it's the last index, we actually want to bring it back to 0. So we'll say if index is equal to array.length minus 1, meaning we are at the very last index. And actually I want, then I'll set next index equal to 0 because I want it to be the first value in the array. Now, if we log that out, we should get multiplied by next, and we get 10, 5, and 20. Fantastic. All right. In this video, we talked about what is map, when should you use map, and we saw some examples of map. This is array.prototype.map for JavaScript. Thanks so much for watching. I live stream every Wednesday at 8:20 p.m. Mountain Time, myself solving code katas. So if you want to see more examples of using map and filter and reduce and other JavaScript type things, tune in for that. You can see my full live stream schedule at coding.garden, and please subscribe if you'd like to see more videos like this. Thank you very much. See you next time. Hello, hello, hello. Looks like you all figured it out. You found all the elephants. Great work. Are people still guessing? Because technically, I mean, technically, you're still you're allowed to keep guessing, but the game's over at this point because I haven't added in the end game. But hello, I'm back in Alka. Thank you for that tier 1 sub. How you doing? Thanks for being here. I tried to I saw that was your strategy, is just like going row by row, and eventually you'll find it because the last one left was the single prizer, the one by one. Yeah. I have not coded in the piece that where it resets. Should I code it in, or should I do other things, or should I just end the stream? These are the questions we ask ourselves. The other aspect is some people potentially wanted to see me call the OpenSea API, because right now we just picked 4 random NFTs, and those are always going to be the ones that show up. But what we could do is call their API and then pick 4 at random and then use those instead. Yeah. API. But is it an open API? I also did say I wanted to do other things today. I mean, I've technically already been live for 3 hours and 47 minutes. So I know that does this collection have not safe for work things? It didn't seem like it did. Because there's like skin colors. I guess an elephant not wearing a shirt possibly could be. Oh, not yeah, exactly. No, that's initially that's what people were talking about. I was like, I can't do that. But yeah, with just this collection, I think we should be all right. Okay. What are we doing? Let's keep coding on this thing. Why not? We're already here. Let's go ahead and get the in game state coded in. What's with all these elephants? It was just one of the suggestions for coding improv. So what we need to do is when all of the elephants have been found, we need to reset the game. Shirtless elephants, yeah, but I think it's probably still safe for work. I don't think there's like a breast attribute or anything like that on those NFTs. Okay, how do we figure out if all of the elephants have gotten got? We'll keep track of it in the game state. So in the game state, we'll say number of found elephants. Yeah, so found elephants starts off at 0. And then each time we find an elephant, we'll increment it. When it's equal to 4, the game is over. So we'll say game state dot found elephants plus equals 1. Great. And then right here, we'll say, I'll cover your eyes. Yeah. If game state.found elephants is equal to 4, because there's always going to be 4 on the board, the game is over. Otherwise, you can keep voting. Elephants that have hits is equal to the total. Yeah, but this is easier. But technically, you're right. We could iterate over the elephants array and tally up the number of them where this is true, and that would also tell us if we've won. But it should be fine. I would say in the real world, if this code was for my job, I'd do it that way. And the reason I do it that way is like this line of code here is extra code, and there's like an extra variable that we're keeping track of that could potentially get out of sync of the real value somehow. Whereas if we're calculating it every time, we always know that it has the right value. But regardless, okay. We now, so if you found all of the elephants, we are then going to set the we're gonna clear the board. So we'll remove all of the coordinates that are listed. We'll actually set every single cell to be a miss. Oh, I can just do that right here. So element dot class list dot add miss like this. So when the game is over, it's just gonna flash. Everything will be then turn like that white color. Has the page already refreshed? And then we'll just set the timer div to have a different value. Timer element, text content. You found them all. New game starting soon. ... And then in 10 seconds, we'll just start everything over. We need to say guessing is true. We need to clear all the votes. We need to set all of the elements to have not have a hit or miss. Class list dot remove hit, remove miss. So reset all of the cells so they're no longer hit or miss. We also need to reset the array of elephants. So we should put that into a function because this right here is where we create all of the elephants. So say const elephants. Well, we'll do let because we'll be able to reassign it. And that's going to be get random elephants like this. And then we'll put all of that code into a function called get random elephants like this. And before that, we actually need to remove all of the image wrappers. Let's do this. So I'm going to put a class name on all of the image wrappers, so that way we can just remove them when the game is over, because then they'll just be re-added. So down here, we'll do a similar thing. We want to get all of those, and then for each one, we remove it. Like that. And then we'll say elephants equals get random elephants. So that should reset the entire game. Seems fine. I think what we'll do is we'll start off to test this. We'll have a game where there's only one elephant on the board, and you all can actually see where it is. Okay. So the elephant is at 1-7. Everyone vote for 1-7, and we'll see the game over state. Yeah, I mean, technically, you're totally right, BB. I could have just refreshed the page, and it would have worked, but I broke it. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. It should be 1 instead of 4. So I shouldn't use the number 4. I should use the array elephants.length. And then this, it broke. We lost that output. But vote for 2-2. Thank you, Sensation Parameter, and American 2050, and AFA. I appreciate you. Okay. For each, elephants is undefined on line 147. What did I... Oh, I'm not returning the elephants from that function. So this function needs to return elephants like that. All right, this is the winner. All right, vote for 4-7. You found them all! New game starting soon, and then we should get a new game with a new random location for the elephant in 10 seconds. Awesome. No errors in the console. Seems fine. Seems fine. Well, everyone's voting for 4-7 again? It's not there anymore. It's in a new spot. That's the whole point of this. Oh. Did I not reset the votes? That would be an issue. Seems fine. So I cleared them all out. I cleared them out here. Here's the thing. It was found, but then the page didn't reset. So that's an issue. We could actually just refresh the page. Yeah, you're totally right. Honestly, let's do that. There's so I would say this is one reason why Um, spaghetti code is tricky to work with because we have all this stuff happening everywhere, and I'm trying to like reset everything manually. Um, it's tricky, and I mean, I obviously missed something somewhere. So your random one, oh no, it should be visible. That's the thing. 1.8 was wrong. I don't know why. I don't know why it's apparently after the reset it's broken. So we're just gonna refresh the page entirely. All right, try again. Vote for 5.7. You found them all. New game starting soon. And that should refresh the page and put it in a new location. Because that's what happens when the page loads. There we go. I mean, one day I should do a coding improv focused on like maybe clean code practices, because coding improv is definitely not that. There's a lot of code duplication. It's kind of just stream of consciousness, get the thing working. Which is fun, and I think honestly creates more entertaining content, because not everyone is interested in like good code. So this is not clean code. It's not. There's I mean, that actually would be a good topic for another episode, where we take this code and we turn it into cleaner code. I would say there are aspects of this that are clean, but there are other aspects of it that are not, and there are ways we could refactor this. So yeah, and actually, like every single one of those coding improv directories would be a candidate for refactoring. And Mooley, thank you for the 17 months, much appreciated. Okay, that's good enough. That's good enough for me. Let's call the OpenSea API so we get different ones, and I think we'll call it there. So we want to call the endpoint. Oh wow, there's 7.5 thousand untamed elephants, which means we need a way to get a random one. Maybe we can get the ones that are being like the most expensive ones. Maybe we pick OpenSea. OpenSea. This is a marketplace for NFTs. Okay, let's find their API. So basically, what we're gonna do is we're going to get the elephants from their API, because right now they're just hard coded. I just picked 4 of them, and they were hard coded. But we're gonna update this so that it gets 4 random ones from the API every time, instead of always having the same ones. So we want collections. Retrieving a single collection. Is it going to be that easy? No auth required. No client ID or anything like that. Wow. Cool. So that gives us the collection. The single asset endpoint is what we need. This one does require an API key. What if I did this? So what if I we look at items, we want to sort by recently sold or recently listed. And I'm just gonna look at the network tab to see what they do here. So if I change this to recently sold, it's a GraphQL call. If I go to recently listed, this one, And so this gives me back or does it? We get the collection. We also get search, which has edges. Are these edges the items on the page? Search result asset. It's kind of what we want. Is there GraphQL open? Is there GraphQL API open? That's my question, because I want the docs for that. If it's not open, I might just call that endpoint. We'll see. Actually, is that what getting assets tells us we can do? No. Can we use the OpenSea GraphQL for getting assets with query? Access denied. Well, so they block access to the GraphQL UI, but they might have a policy that says don't use our GraphQL API. Because that's what Twitch does. Twitch has a GraphQL API, but it's not open. So I guess, yeah, I guess I could specify the collection ID in retrieving assets. I guess that's kind of what I want. So if I specify the collection here as untamed elephants, I need an API key. Yeah, that's another reason why I potentially just wanted to call it like this GraphQL endpoint. I don't think I'm logged in, am I? No, I'm not. Okay. What to do? Retrieve a single asset. There's a place here that says that? I thought I was logged in is all, and then I slightly exposed some of the cookies on the page. I guess I actually want that as the collection slug. And then I want to order by, just like I was ordering by recently listed. Can I do that here? I'm also curious, does their GraphQL API support cores? No, it limits it to there, but we could create a proxy for it. Retrieve a single asset on the left. I don't think that's what I want, because I want to get like a list of all of them and then like pick 3 random ones. Retrieve a single collection? Will this... I don't think this will include... Yeah, we tried this a second ago. It doesn't include any of the things in the collection. So I think we need retrieve assets. And then how do we tell it what to sort by? limit by 50, so we get 50 of them, and then pick 3 random ones. It should be fine. All right, let's see what is involved in getting an API key. Let me hide my screen for a second. Thanks for the stretch, Majestic guy. You have to fill out a form plus have Ethereum in your account for an API key. Where does it say that? Because if that's the case, there's no way we're getting an API key today, which means I'll create a proxy and just call their GraphQL endpoint. Yeah, paste the link, Mystic. I'll take a look. Which makes sense though, because like they don't want people spamming their API. You got to have a good use for it. I'm not knocking their requirements. It's just if I want to use it today, I can't wait, and I don't have Ethereum to put into a wallet. You will need a non-zero amount of ETH in your wallet for approval. Cool. Yeah, and so I'm going to see what it takes to just call their GraphQL endpoint, which is this. So what I was doing here is, so I'm on the web page. In the DevTools, I'm on the network tab. And as I change things, what's going on here? I don't want that. Go away. Yes. So I've, is that the wrong thing? That's the one I want. Okay. I've filtered by XHR, which is XML HTTP request, which will show me what requests JavaScript make. If I toggle this, you can see that there's actually some API requests made. But I don't care about those. I care about the request that is made when we are listing, when we are showing the recently listed items. So that's the one I want. And then I can see right here that this was a request to their GraphQL. This is an asset search query that says this is the collection they want. We want 7-day, sort it by 7-day volume, sort by listing date. So this specific request is the one that I want to replicate. So I'm actually just going to say copy as fetch. And so that will give me the code required to make that same request in my own code. So we'll have a function that says get API elephants, and it will do this. Which is cool. So actually, there's an API key that the website itself uses. I'm curious if that's even valid in their in this API. That stop cheating. I mean, it's probably not going to work, right? Or it's limited to a specific domain, which would make sense. Let's see. Nope, it worked. Well, okay. The only issue with that though is this gives me all of them, but not sorted by list date. I think they're just sorted in reverse by their number. So that's number 7496. then 74.9. Well, they go in increasing order. 74.95. I actually don't see a sort property that I can specify. So I kind of just want to go with the GraphQL API because that gives us a lot more. Okay, so this makes a fetch here. We'll make this an async function. Clean that up. We'll do this. Oh. Why? We won't do that. We're gonna leave it as the string that it was. I usually would do that if I want to modify the data that's being sent, but it should be fine. Let's see if this works. I'm guessing that it won't work because of CORS, cross-origin resource sharing, and that their API limits requests to only come from this domain or from the OpenSea domain. But let's see. Something like this might work. So, and then you specify the owner. And then, so Alchemy API is just a one that can, I guess OpenSea just lists the stuff, but technically it's all just on the Ethereum blockchain. So any crypto API that can access the Ethereum blockchain could technically give us the data, right? Is that what you're saying? But let's see if this works. And thank you, Time Traveler. Appreciate you. Yeah, so if CORS is blocked, I can create a backend proxy that makes the request for me, and that isn't restricted to CORS. No worries, Majestic. The thing is, I could probably get this working with this endpoint. Right, and now everywhere I call get random elephants. Needs to be an async function, which is difficult because I call it here. Here's what we'll do. We'll say get random elephants, and then that gives us the elephants. And then we can say like init with the elephants. And then everywhere else that uses elephants needs to be in that init function, which I guess is really just this set interval function init. Yeah, that's the other thing is I could find an existing CORS proxy, so I don't have to build my own. And then init takes in the elephants. And then should be fine. Is elephants used anywhere else on the page? Yes, it is. No, here. In it, bruv. Should be fine. All right, we go back over here. We open the DevTools. We look at the console, and we see the dreaded CORS error. Yeah. So basically, right now we're on a web page where the origin is localhost port 3010, and it's attempting to make a request to this endpoint, which has an origin of api.opensea.io port 443. Those origins don't match, and this server responds with a CORS header that says no. It says I will only allow this request if it originated from a given origin. So if we look at the options request, So this responded with, we should see the allow origins. Well, it's not on here at all. But when the request is made directly on the OpenSea website, we can see that origin header says OpenSea.io. So specifically, their API says this request can only come from here. The way we get around that is we don't make the request from this origin, we make it from like a backend. I guess you're right. We could technically just copy and paste. Honestly, let's just do that. No API request at all, and then we don't even have to worry about like using this API key. That's what we're gonna do. I think I did say we were gonna make an API request, but no, we're not. I think this is completely and totally fine. Here's what we do: we create a file, copy and paste. Yeah, then you don't even need, and the collection itself doesn't change. I'm pretty sure that's one thing I know about NFTs is the collection, is created, and then no new items are added to that collection, because that would defeat the purpose of the random generation, right? Anybody know anything about this stuff? Elephants equals this. I really don't like how VS Code is formatting this stuff. Great. Cool. So this is the actual API response. We can see this edges property. I think, no, not collections. We've got the collection. If I remember earlier, yeah, we want the search edges. Or the, let's see. Yeah. So each element in this search object is a specific one. Well, that's not right. I thought it was right because I saw the image. Is that a user? A user's image? Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to figure out, Russ, is basically which things do I care about. So maybe it's not search. Is it the collection? Thought it might be search. Really, I just need to search for this image URL because it should be in the response somewhere. It's not. Oh, because it's giving us back S120, and then this was CW280. Oh, we found it. Okay. So, it's under search edges. Edges is an array. And then each object has a node property, and then that node property has an image URL property. That gives us that. That gives us that. Okay, I think we can do this. So we want all elephants dot data dot query dot search dot edges. Can I copy the path? I think I can copy the path in Firefox. so I don't have to manually do it. Search. Edges. 0. Node. Asset. Image URL. Doesn't it normally let you like copy path? Oh well. We'll do it manually. Coding Tomato, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Okay, so now we have this basically this all elephants variable, and we need to grab 4 random ones from it. So we will just assume that we have access to all elephants in this file. Well, we'll make it work. So this file has access to that array. And really, we want to grab 4 random ones from this edges array. So we do all elephants dot data. So data gives us that, and then query gives us that, and then search gives us that, and then edges is the array we want to search through. This is JavaScript. It's not Java. So this is just code that's running directly inside of a web browser. Should be fine. That's what we need. So we need to grab 4 random ones from this array. And actually it will be okay to just splice them out of the array. So we can do it like this. We can say const elephants equals array, fill it with null, and then map it so that we get a random one. So we want to here return a random index. And we'll call this the all elephants array, which is that. We figured out that's the array that we're searching through. And we want to get a random index, which is going to be math.random times the length of the array, and then we floor it. So we just got a random index in that array, and then we want to grab that specific image URL. So we'll say the random element is going to be the array dot splice. Because splice removes it from the array. Yes, that is true. So we want to remove that index, one of them, and then that should return the removed element. But you can it should give us an array with the removed element inside of it. And then here we just want to return an object that has a size. And so actually we'll map over an array of sizes because we want size 4, or do we do 4 or do we do 3? 3. So we want size 3, size 3, size 2, and size 1. So here we'll say the size is that specific size, and then the URL is going to be that element dot asset dot image URL, I think. Dot node dot asset dot image URL. Let's make sure I specified that right. Hello, Keep Safe. Welcome in. I think this will work. Honestly, I think this will work. So now we no longer have the hard-coded array of elephants. We just grab 4 random ones from that list of the most recently listed elephants. We need to get access to all elephants. So all I'm going to do is just bring that script in before this script that's trying to access it. Script. Oh, welcome in. Yeah, I'm happy you can be here for the live stream. I'm usually not streaming at this time. This is a rare occurrence. But I'm glad you could be here. So, elephants.js defines a variable called all elephants, and then app.js should just be able to access that. Technically, we could use modules. I don't feel like it though. This is just going to work first try. So to actually show the elephants, look at that. We got 4 random ones, and then 4 other random ones, and then 4 other random ones of varying sizes as well. Nice. First try. I'm very surprised that happened on the first try because I'm pretty burnt today. I've been coding for so long, and I'm always so optimistic when we first go into it, right? I'm always like, I got this. Hour tops. 4 hours later. Yeah. Need to scale the cell label font? You mean like make it smaller or bigger? I don't know. That's a win for today. 20 minutes. It reminds me of that Rick and Morty thing. Quick adventure, 20 minutes in and out. Okay. We've done it. We actually didn't call the API, but I'm okay with that because I didn't feel like signing up for an API key. We're just using the hard-coded data. It's fine. It's unchanging. Resize on grid size. Yeah, I mean, technically, you'll see if I make it smaller, that happens. So I could make the font size like relative to the window width. Let's see everywhere I do font size. So the cell, if we did like 4 vmin, that didn't work. Oh, we also need it right here. That's the one, 2.8. And so now the font scales. Though it scales, but at a certain point it really gets unreadable. Unreadable. Oh wow. Well, thank you, Stony Eagle. I'm glad you were entertained. Is it hard to build a backend proxy to call GraphQL? It's not. It's actually fairly easy, especially like with Express. It's just a common theme today that like I don't feel like doing it. But I will point you to a YouTube video where I've done it before. I made one specifically for calling the YouTube API. And actually, I did another one where I showed how you can hide API keys in this way. So, like building your own backend proxy is actually useful for a lot of things. Not only getting around cores, but you could hide API keys. Like, for example, even if I did get a real API key, I probably wouldn't want to expose that in my front end code. Because I think like OpenSea might charge for API requests if you go over a certain amount, or like somebody could find my API key and then use all of my requests and then my app would stop working. So even then, I probably should create a backend proxy for it. So does this video have timestamps? It doesn't, but I think it starts out with actually just building a backend proxy, and I show how you can add CORS headers in it. There. Cool. Oh, Coding Tomato. Did I already thank you? Maybe I did. Thank you for the 10 months. All right, I'm done. So we talked about this last time. I do believe if you look at my videos. Did we do a Q&A stream last time? I feel like it was last time. Maybe someone can tell me if I'm wrong. But we talked about how using a .env on the front end um, is actually uh, different. It's 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 actually, oh no, so that wasn't last time. Maybe it was the Q&A stream before that. But we talked about how yes, you can put stuff in a .env, but if it's in front end code, at the end of the day, that front end code needs to make it to a web browser, so it will be exposed. So, which is why you would put it in a back end where it can be nice and hidden away. Yeah. I don't have the energy I used to. I used to go live for like 6-7 hours. I'm exhausted. I gotta go. Yeah, you all can play the game. I'll stick around for one more gameplay. So for those of you just finding me or just joining us, we built this today. I'm gonna do my regular sign off. I wasn't happy with my my sign off that I did last time. But basically, it's true. I'm getting older every second. Basically, you all are playing Battleship against no one, really, just against the board itself. Right now, it's really easy because it shows you where the battleships are. I'm open to that. Maybe I'll start a thread in Discord if people can make suggestions. Because I talked about last time, so I end every stream. I'm not ending right now. I'm going to be live for another 10 minutes. Yeah, I appreciate that, Stony Eagle. Like, I stay happy. It's just I'm tired. I'm happy, but I'm exhausted. But when you're playing Battleship, it doesn't make sense for you to be able to see the things that you're targeting, so we hide them. I gotta make them disappear again. And now the real fun comes into I don't know. Now it's a real game of Battleship. So I'll leave this running. Basically, in the chat, you can do !elephant-vote followed by x, y, and you can see all of the valid XY combinations here. So in a second, the first one that was voted for wins, and so if more people vote for 10-10, that would potentially choose that cell. But right now, you can see that no comma, so a space. So you do elephant vote, number, space, number. But yeah, you can see there's definitely something up here. So you probably want to, and that was actually a really lucky guess and a really lucky placement. But you want to guess these cells. And then once you've guessed all of them, it will reveal the image. And then once you've found all of them, the page will reload and the game resets. But all of the elephants are coming from this OpenSea collection, Untamed Elephants. Great work, everyone. That was the best game yet, or best find yet. Now there are 3 more, and they're of different sizes too. So there should be 2 3x3s and 1 1x1. GG's. All right, nothing at 10-10. I guess we could reduce the grid size, and that would make the game easier. And what's up, Muffin Cat? We built this game. It's basically Twitch chat plays Battleship, and you're not trying to sync battleships. You're just trying to find these wonderful NFT elephants. And so in the chat, you can pick a square by doing elephant vote, and then once the timer is up, the top votes counts for what chat guessed. And then you do it all over again. You just keep guessing. Earlier, people just started going. They what do you call it? They collaborated. They started doing the same thing. So they started going 1 square by 1 square until they gradually got them. They were cooperating. Yeah. I made this. I made this today. So this is a show called Coding Improv. At the beginning of the stream, we got 5 different suggestions. And based on those suggestions, we built this thing. So these were the suggestions we got. And we brainstormed a little bit, and we decided we were going to make this Battleship game. So yeah. My code for picking positions. What do you mean, Alka? Actually, that was if it is what I think you mean, it was actually a really big time sink because we pick a random location. Yeah, so we pick a random location for the first image, the largest image. Then we pick a random location for the next one, and we see if it collides. And if it collides, we just try to find another random location. And that actually took us a really long time to figure out. And it's probably there's only four elephants that we're putting on the page, so it's instant. As you can see, when the page loads, it's ready to go. But yeah. And Muffin Cat, if you want to know how we made it, you can watch from the beginning. This is a long live stream though. We're 4.5 hours in, but I made it with code. I'll give you a quick overview. Basically, we have an HTML page. It's got some elements. We've got an element that is like this timer. We've got an element called the game board that is the whole square. We have an overlay which we actually got rid of, and I'm not going to remove it because the page will refresh. And then we have a link out to support Ukraine, and also a link out to this page here. And then we have a bunch of code to handle all of the other stuff. So we're using TMI.js, which is a library for integrating with Twitch chat. So I've got some codes that can listen for messages from chat. And that's how we do the voting and stuff. And like the code's pretty messy. I'll show you like at a high level what's happening like here. So this is the piece of code that connects to Twitch chat. And then this is the piece of code that's listening for Twitch chat messages. And then this is the piece of code that says if a Twitch chat message is elephant vote, then we keep track of that vote. And then when the timer is up, there's some code that basically, so when the timer is up, check to see if what people voted for is actually where an elephant is. It's really messy. It's really messy, and I'm not proud of it. But that's usually what we do on these live streams is we just build something fairly quickly, and we don't care too much about what the code looks like. But I'll send you a link to the code itself because it's on GitHub. Here you can see all of the code, and the library is called TMI.js. You're making progress. You're making it happen. Oh yeah, and I didn't respond. I read your message, but I didn't respond to it. I'm sorry, whoa, dude. I appreciate you. Yeah, thanks for watching that. That's something I did a couple of years ago, but so if you're not familiar with it, oh, that's a nice one. He's got a blue mohawk. I used to do pair programming with one of my friends who was completely new to programming. And we decided to build an app with authentication from scratch. And so you get to see me pairing with a complete beginner, and you see, well, he asks a lot of questions, and a lot of beginner questions, which is good because you, the beginner, potential beginner, if you're a beginner watching at home, might have the same questions. And because he was there asking those questions and stuff, it's a really good breakdown of how authentication and authorization works. So yeah, that's a thing. And actually, yeah, it's here, off from scratch. Yeah, I mostly do JavaScript. I branch out every now and then, but I always just go back to JavaScript. Like it's easy. It just works. I don't know. And Astayanix, what's up? I haven't seen your name in a long time. Thanks for being here. Classic coding garden. Yeah, I agree. I was wondering why set would have a method has and not has not. Oh, why doesn't it add those methods? I think there's probably, in terms of the language itself, there's probably some guidelines around what method names should be and stuff like that, and all of those method names would pop up in discussion in TC39. There's the committee that writes the ECMAScript standard, which makes JavaScript. But I don't know. I don't think I agree with you though, because has not doesn't sound right. I mean, I get what you're saying. Basically, you want to say return true if the element is not in this set. But I think just in general, they know that you can knot it yourself, so why not just do that? I don't know. Yeah, I do a lot of Node.js stuff. Yeah, this thing here, the drop game. So that's something else that's been happening. Drop me, and then it'll fall, and if it lands in the garden, you'll get your name on the screen. There is a repo, however, it is very outdated. And that's actually one thing I wanted to spend some time on today. Oh, who is that? Alt Vapor, great work. Oh, Alt Yapper. That's you. You asked about it. You got on the garden. Great work. It's actually, see, it's not common. It's not common to actually land in the garden. It's a hard thing to do. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I was going to actually spend some time today working on the drop game because right now it is integrating with one of my old basically deprecated and outdated backends that I built like 4 years ago. And I want to make it not be dependent on that anymore. Oh, Alka! Wow. And MLK, I didn't see, what was your name? MLK Dev. Yeah, great work. Great work. See you later, Muffin Cat. But yeah, you can use TMI.js with Node.js like on the back end, and you can also use it on the front end like I'm doing here. Me. Okay, so the code for it is here. However, you'll notice that this drop game doesn't need a backend. You could integrate with this TMI.js library that I was showing, and just have a completely front end application. But there's a long story here, and like actually this does include a high score API, so that's what the server folder is. It's a high score API. However, no, it's been longer. Hasn't it? I'm pretty sure it's been like 4 years. We gotta look at the initial commit. Maybe not. November 4th, 2019. So it's been 2 years. But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. If you look at the client, it does not integrate directly with TMI.js, which is this library. It integrates with my message server, which is a custom backend, which itself integrates with TMI.js. And actually, I just realized that you all can't even see what you're voting for. Here, vote for these. And now I have a totally different backend that is not that backend. So the stuff that you can ignore is like connecting with Socket.io. Basically, you could replace that Socket.io stuff with getting from Twitch chat instead, and then everything else is just vanilla JavaScript. So it like creates elements on the page, and then there's like a game loop where it like gradually changes the top left of a given element. Yeah, so I mean, and that's the other. Yeah, you could be the only person playing this game and it will work. What was I saying? Oh yeah, we did start on a new version of the Seedling Drop, and then we haven't touched it since. Seedling Drop, is it not V2? Oh, it's V2 Revenge of the Newt. Pretty sure. We'll find it. But the new version that we started working on doesn't use DOM elements. It uses Canvas. There it is. Revenge of the Newts. There it is. But we didn't. It still needs work. Basically, there's a lot of stuff that needs work, and there's not enough hours in the day to do it all. So, but to answer your question. It's here. You can look at the code here, but be warned, it integrates with like this old backend that isn't even at that repo. It's at this repo, Live Chat Manager. But pretty soon, this won't even be used at all. So yeah. And then also, like, if you don't want to write your own or customize your own Pixel Plush, has one that you can just add to your stream, created by Instafluff, and I think Instafluff got a job, and then like I don't really even see him streaming anymore. Maybe he's on when I'm not on my computer, but check out Instafluff because he made the original drop game, which is this parachute drop, and then I just made my own version that was like garden themed. But technically, you can go here, you can fill out some stuff, and then that will give you a URL if you want to use it in your own stream. Whereas mine does not work that way. So, Ruskin says, I created my own framework for TMI with Prisma sockets and Twitch API to make multi-purpose stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's actually, I don't think Tau, the Twitch API unifier. It's created by Finite Singularity. They stream on Twitch as well. Shout out to them. Got it. Yeah, check them out. But they made this, which is actually super interesting. I haven't used it myself, but they basically made a one-stop shop for all of the event sub and pub sub stuff for like the Twitch API. And so you can set it up locally and then start to create your own custom projects without having to do too much work around like getting your webhooks registered and stuff like that. So this is really cool. But I think eventually he might actually want to integrate Twitch chat and other types of events that aren't on PubSub. Yeah, and then Alka is saying there's also Turple. I haven't used it. Turple? He's awesome like you. Oh, thanks, Russ. Is it at Turple? What's up, JD Cezanne? It's been a while. Thanks for being here. Oh, yeah, I guess they have a lot of different sub-modules that all are the various things. Okay. Finish this game. You guys got it. Or you all have it. There's only 2 more squares there. Those are definitely ones. Vote for those. And then there will be a 2x2 somewhere. So like maybe it's here. I guess it could be here or over here. Oh, 1x1. You're right. Oh, that's gonna be hard. there's a 1x1, and there's like half the board left. Cool. Yeah, that's a cool elephant. I like his shirt. But now somewhere on the board is a 1x1. Is it there? That would be really lucky if it's at 6-1. What people were doing earlier was just going one cell at a time. And eventually they found it. You sunk my battleship. Yeah, I don't know why I'm hesitating. I'm tired. I need to get out of here. But I believe in you all. I'm not going to leave until you finish this game. You drowned my elephant. Hey, we don't want to be. It's a little too negative. Port 3010. I have like 7 other services running on my machine, which is why it's not port 3000. But thanks for noticing. That's my port. You want to see what's on port 3000? It's that. So this thing you see as an overlay is actually running on port 3000. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, and I'm using Light Server, and Light Server automatically auto increments the port. this thing. So anytime you start a new instance of it, if a port's in use, it'll just like add 2 to the port number. Is there any way to see users that are in the chat? Yeah. The TMI this. There's an endpoint. You pass in the stream name, and it'll show you all the viewers, any moderators that are here, any VIPs. You can just change the stream name in it. Though technically that is an undocumented API. I don't know, Alka. What do you what do you think, Alka? Oh yeah, there's also Alkabot. Does Twitch get mad when you call that endpoint directly? Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people using that endpoint, but it's not in the docs anywhere. The only place I've seen it is in the support forum. Yeah. And MSSQQQ is saying, is there a way to make someone appear in the chat without being there? I mean, you obviously need control of their account somehow, but technically, if you connect to Twitch chat with TMI.js, I believe they're going to show up in this list. Correct me if I'm wrong, Alka. Oh, you can send a message without joining the chat. Didn't know that. Without joining the room. But for instance, like if I've got code running where I'm authed, like this, and I specified authentication, would that automatically add me to the room, and then I would show up here even if I wasn't watching the stream? Oh, that's my blue screen. I think like the lighting in the room is changing because it's getting darker here, and that's why that's my blue screen messing up. Yeah, and that's a good point. Is like this is all the people in the Twitch chat, not all the people watching the stream. Because if you are watching the stream and you haven't sent a message, I don't believe you'll show up here. So keep playing, keep voting. Oh, all that other stuff, yeah, like subs, follow amount. There's a legit Twitch API where you need an API key, but that is all here. Unfortunately, you do need an OAuth token. And I say unfortunate because it used to be you could just call the API with the client ID. Like you didn't need any sort of like login or anything like that. But now you do. And especially because the older version that let you do that is deprecated. But ton of endpoints here. So if you want like get user follows, you call this endpoint, you say 2. Actually, if you just pass in 2, that'll give you all the followers of a given Twitch streamer. If you say from, you can see all the people that one Twitch user is following. And then to get subs, you need to well, I guess especially with subs, you specifically need to be authorized to get the subs for the channel that you're requesting. Why would they want key for a user ID? Well, that's the unfortunate thing is like some of these endpoints, which is mostly like public data anyways, you do need to be authorized for, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. That's the interesting. So if you remember, I mean, I guess this was like 2 years ago on Twitch. Maybe it was a year ago. On Twitch, you could actually see all of the people that a certain user was following. You could click their name, and there was like a following page, and you could see all of them. Now they removed that, but it's still technically public information. You don't need their auth token or anything like that to see all the people that they're following. Yeah, there's only a 1x1 left. It might be that eventually they might add like a privacy setting where people can set the people they're following to private, though right now it's not. It's public. You all are just slowly okay. If this one isn't it, I'm just gonna reveal it because honestly, um, it wasn't it. All right, I'll give you one more shot. Yeah, you all tried very hard, and I appreciate it. There's a few of you that are really. There's like 3 or 4 of you that are really, really voting on it. Okay, I'm just gonna reveal it. Where do we go? We look at the game board. We go all the way to the bottom. Actually, really, I just need to modify the image class. It's right there. Just vote for 6-7. Just vote for 6-7, and we can be done. They also removed the create follow endpoint, but some bad guys still using the official one. Oh, so like if you're authed as a user, you could follow any channel you want. Interesting. Hey, you all won. Great work. Claps in chat. Great work. And hello, Theo Paris. Thanks for dropping in. But actually, we're gonna leave. We're done now. We are gonna do a raid, so get ready for that. If you are a sub, you can use this raid message here, and this raid message here. Add 2 more of the 2x2 size. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that because like there's plenty of room on the board for them. And Russ, thank you very much for the bits. I'll take a look at them. I've never heard of them. Purple Leaf. But yeah, I don't know who we're gonna raid. Whoever we raid, show them lots of love. Drop a follow if you like what they're doing. Thanks for hanging out. This was a longer one, and there's still quite a few of you here, and I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. You're going there with me or without me? I'll check them out. And thank you, Studio Sima in Astayanix. You have a great weekend too. Everybody have a great weekend. I don't know if I already said it. Next stream Friday around the same time. But yeah, this was fun. You all are great. Again, raid messages there, and join the Discord because I'm gonna start a thread in the main channel about how I should end the stream, because this is how I end the stream. I say, thank you all for watching, wherever you are in the world. Have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this. And then I play the outro. But I want to come up with something else, because a lot of other people say that. They don't say it as an outro, but I want something more iconic. Like when I start the stream, I always say, hello, friends. And that's, to me, I think that's pretty, it's not that original, but I don't know. It's classic? I don't know. I'll think about it. Whatever it is. You all are great. We'll see you next time. Here's this. So Acid Spark suggests goodbye, friends, or bye all. I actually don't like the word goodbye, because it seems so permanent, you know. And I'll be back. I'm back every Friday. Come on, live coding. Hello, friend. All right. I'll see you. Oh wow, we got follow botted and we didn't even notice. Well, I guess now I'm calling attention to it, but look at all those follows. All right, bye everybody. At one point in the stream, the viewership jumped like 50, and I think that might have been it. Though why would the viewership jump if they're just follows, which are bots anyway? I don't know. All right, join us in the raid.
Hey, yo.